Here, in the serene hills of Dharamshala, he shaped a government in exile and became the voice of the voiceless, longing for justice and dignity. With ancient wisdom, modern world, he has ensured that the teachings of Nalanda remain relevant in today's fast-paced society, reminding us that centuries-old knowledge still holds the key to inner transformation. His reverence for the Nalanda tradition speaks to his deep-rooted respect for India's ancient intellectual and spiritual heritage.
And accordingly, I now call upon Your Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. Will you please enter the podium and receive the Nobel Peace Prize for 1989 with a gold medal and the diploma.
In honoring him with the Nobel Peace Prize, the world recognized a humble monk who had become a statesman of compassion and non-violence. The teachings of Nalanda, its philosophy, its logic, and its boundless wisdom have been instrumental in shaping his discourse on universal responsibility, interfaith harmony, and the cultivation of inner peace.
I love children daily. Since I'm Buddhist monk, I have known my own child.
On this momentous occasion, we extend our heartfelt wishes to His Holiness. May His teachings continue to illuminate the path of wisdom. May His laughter continue to inspire joy. And may His life continue to be a symbol of peace for all humanity.
When I do my practice of bodhicitta, well, I would not have to regret at the time of my death. So rather, I would be able to die very peacefully. So when I reflect on my life, in retrospect, I see that I have not wasted my life at all. So on this 90th birthday celebration of me, with a deep sense of reverence and deep sense of respect to me and joy, you have come here. So I would like to thank you all.
I had been associated with His Holiness the Dalai Lama since my childhood. I do believe very strongly he is the greatest global statesman, particularly of our era.
His Holiness is when he talks about compassion, he's really talking about genuine, unbiased compassion, compassion for everyone, for all living beings, irrespective of whether they are religious or they don't believe in religion, or whether they are rich, poor, high, low, whoever they are. And that's His Holiness, the compassion.
Happy 90th birthday to a true son of India, an eternal custodian of wisdom and a guiding light for all of humanity. Long live His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama.
Celebrating the legacy of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the film produced in-house by International Buddhist Confederation, depicting the spiritual journey of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. We are very fortunate that for this special occasion, His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama has sent a special message for all of us. May I now request the Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche to share and read out this message in front of this august gathering. The Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche.
Most Venerable Sangha, distinguished guests and friends, I have the honor and privilege to read out His Holiness' message for this occasion to you. Message. My heartfelt greetings to members of the International Buddhist Confederation who are celebrating my 90th birthday. As a simple Buddhist monk, I do not generally pay much attention to birthday celebrations. However, since you are taking this as an opportunity to highlight the importance of compassion, warm-heartedness, and altruism in our world, I would like to express my appreciation. It is now more than 66 years since a large number of Tibetans, myself included, managed to flee to India following the Chinese Communist invasion of Tibet. Since then, I have spent the major part of my life in this land that we Tibetans refer to as Arya Bhumi. Here, I have enjoyed the freedom and opportunity to continue my studies of ancient Indian wisdom. At the same time, I have also sought ways to contribute in whatever way I could to encouraging greater general awareness of the importance of working to achieve peace of mind and relating to others with loving kindness. I feel a special closeness to this country. Over and above, it's been the most populous country in the world and the largest democracy. India is also the land of Buddha. It is where he attained the enlightenment and where he taught. I believe that if aspects of India's ancient wisdom, of which the Buddha's teachings are a part, are combined with the modern education, they can make beneficial contribution to greater peace and happiness in the world. The Buddha's teaching can be classified into three categories: science, philosophy, and religion. While the religion is for the Buddhists, the scientific and philosophical contents can be studied in an objective academic context by anyone who is interested. Raja Ramana, one of the Indian's top nuclear physicists, once told me that although the quantum theory is relatively new in the scientific world, corresponding ideas can be found in the writings of Nagarjuna. Buddhist science largely examines the mind, how it works and how it can be trained. Buddhist philosophy focuses on how people and phenomena arise in dependence on other factors. This sense of interdependence can be the basis for understanding our need to work together towards developing peace and stability in the world. I believe such a sense of responsibility and interconnectedness is crucial if we are to address global challenges such as climate change, poverty, and violence. Soon after we Tibetans come to an exile in India, with the active encouragement and generous support of Government of India, schools were set up for our children to receive modern education while also learning about Tibet culture and traditions. We also re-established many monastic institutions, traditional center of learning. I am pleased to see that many scholars from Himalaya region have risen to permanent positions in these institutions as well as in other educational and administrative roles. Today, at the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies at Sarnath, Varanasi, that was founded in 1967 with Government of India's assistance, scholars from Himalaya regions and Tibetans are engaged in a major project to restore in Indian languages several texts that have been preserved in their Tibetan translation but are lost in the original Sanskrit. At the present time, there is growing interest in Buddhism among the Chinese people, including those from mainland China, which is a part of their cultural inheritance. Scientists, too, are interested to know more about Buddhist philosophy and the Buddhist explanation of working of the mind and emotions. We Tibetans are deeply indebted to the government and people of India for their warm hospitality they have shown us since 1959. We are also most grateful for the generous support we have received in our endeavors to protect and preserve the Buddhist culture and thus founded in India's age-old values of karuna and ahimsa. I pray fervently for the greater peace and understanding in our world. It is saddened me to see many people are suffering as a result of war. If we are to accept our shared humanity, recognizing that even those we think of as so-called enemies are also human beings, I truly believe we could find a peaceful resolution to even most intricate conflicts. But to do so require a willingness to enter into dialogue and negotiation. Therefore, I pray the concerted efforts will be made to create a peaceful, more compassionate world free from violence. In conclusion, I feel my life has been some benefit to people across the world, and I dedicate the rest of my time to the service of others. With my prayers and good wishes, the Dalai Lama. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to the Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche for reading out the message of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received special messages from different countries wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a healthy and long life. These messages have been brought by the representatives of these countries, and they will hand it over to the most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche, who is here representing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. I will invite the representatives one by one on the stage to hand it over to the most Venerable. And first of all, I'm going to invite the representative from Russia, Geshe Yonten Lama. I will request him to please come on the stage to present the message to Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche. Geshe Yonten Lama from Russia, please come. Please come, and he has brought the message from Russia, and it will be handed over to So this message from Russia is being presented to the Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche, who is, please put your hands together to express our gratitude for this message. Now, I will invite Mr. Damenda Porage from Sri Lanka. I will request him to please come on stage to present the message to the Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche. This message is from Sri Lanka, ladies and gentlemen, and it is being presented to Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche, who is receiving it as a representative of His Holiness. From Cambodia, we have Samdek Priya Maha Aryavangsa. I will request to come on stage. This message is from Cambodia, and it will also be presented to the Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche. From Cambodia, we have Samdek Priya Maha Aryavangsa. He will be presenting this message to the Most Venerable, and we are thankful. We are thankful to the whole Buddhist community from Cambodia who have expressed their wishes and shared their best wishes for His Holiness. Thank you so much. From Korea, we have Buddhapala Bhikshu. I will request him to please come on stage to present the message from Korea to the Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche. This message is also wishing His Holiness a long life, healthy life. From Korea, Buddhapala Bhikshu, who is going to present this message. From Laos, the Most Venerable Wansone Panthamong. I will request him to please come on stage from Laos. Please come. The Most Venerable Wansone Panthamong, who has brought this message from Laos, and it is being presented to Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche. And please put your hands together to express our gratitude for this message from Laos. Thank you very much. And from Japan, we have Venerable Ichihashi. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, from Japan, we have Venerable Ichihashi, who has brought the message from Japan, and it is going to be presented to Most Venerable Professor Sam Dong Rinpoche, who is representing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama in this August gathering. Thank you very much. From Myanmar, Venerable Asin Priyasamy, I will request him to please come on stage to present the message from Myanmar. Venerable Asin Priyasamy. He is going to present the message from the Buddhist community from Myanmar to the Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche, the representative here of His Holiness. Thank you very much for all these best wishes and messages. Thank you very much, and we are grateful to Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche to accept these wishes. We have also received letters from Korea, from Joge Order. This message we have received, and also from Tiago Order, and messages will be sent properly to His Holiness. From Mongolia, Most Venerable Javzandorje Dulamranga, His Eminence the Khamba Nomun Khan, we have received message from him also. So we are grateful to all the countries, all the whole Buddhist community for wishing long life to His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. Ladies and gentlemen, for this special occasion, we are honored to have on dais as our special guest, the Most Venerable Arya Wangso from Thailand. He is an internationally renowned Thai Buddhist monk and a senior member of Thailand's Supreme Sangha Council. A scholar monk of great distinction, he was conferred the prestigious ecclesiastical title of Fra Ratvajara Suttivanga in the royal chapter of Raja rank by His Majesty King Rama X. May I now have the privilege to invite the Most Venerable Arya Wangso for his address as our special guest on this occasion, please.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa Bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Varo varanju varado varaharo anuttaro thammavarang adesayi idam vibhutte ratanang panitang etena sacena soti hotu. Pay homage to Lord Buddha, the peerless Excellent One, knower of Nibbana, giver of Nibbana, bringer the divine truth to Nibbana, thus the excellent Dhamma. This precious gem is the Buddha. By truth, may His Holiness the Dalai Lama ask of you to be happiness, to be peace. Blessing to Most Venerable of the country. Blessing to all of you. Let us to say a few words of appreciation to celebrate this most appreciate time. Yes. His Holiness the Dalai Lama is a noble statesman who has devoted his entire life to peaceful method and to peace. He undertook the duty of propagating Buddhism so the global community can have access to and understand Dhamma teaching of Lord Buddha and be able to use that knowledge and understanding for life development towards peace and happiness, and be truly delivered from sufferings at the present moment. People all over the world have heard the proclamation of the virtue of Lord Buddha, His Dhamma and Sangha from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who has continually dedicated his life as homage of Buddhism. People know more about Buddhism because of His Holiness the Dalai Lama along lines of work. Since his enthronement until the present time, as we observe leading world figure traveling to join Tibetan Buddhists for the annual celebration at the end of February every year at Dharamsala, India. In addition to His Holiness dedication to Buddhism for people of Tibet and the world, what we should bring to serve as a model for monks and lay people of all Nikaya in their task of disseminating Buddhism is the way that His Holiness Dhamma teaching towards real practice corresponding to reality. This is though demonstrate the truth in Dhamma teachings that can benefit to practitioner until he had the right qualification as proper Wisdhamma Vinaya of Lord Buddha teach, and can lead to benefit and happiness for others. As His Holiness has pointed out that high-level principles of ethics and morality tend to be dominated by personal interests, especially in political circles. Having morality which loving kindness and compassion or metta karuna, recognizing good and evils with wisdom or panna. That is the foundation of great civilization. Buddhist ideology clearly define peaceful method and solving Tibetan problem would then be possible. Be conducting negotiation through friendship and goodwill with love and compassion, aiming and bringing peace and happiness to the hearts of everyone equally. Declaring peaceful boundary by making the world free of nuclear weapons and preserving natural resources to correct the turbulent situations arising from terrorism and the accumulation of nuclear weapons. They are the most important issue for human society in the present digital age. Bringing all of humanity back to nature with peace and happiness is the important mission that we world community must be aware, become alert, and unite to bring the world out of disaster. Therefore, on this 90th birthday anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I would like to invite everybody, Buddhists and people in the world, to unite their minds as one. The Buddha teaches, practice Dhamma. You can practice Dhamma, follow foundation of mindfulness. Now, everybody straight up body. And you know, breathing in, you know, breathing out. Breathe in, you know your body. Breathing out, you know your body. Breathing in, you say, Lord Buddha or Buddha. Breathing out, you say, Lord Buddha or Buddha. Buddha is a wisdom. Buddha is a vegan. Buddha is a liberate. You compound your mind to Buddha, Buddha, breathing in, breathing out. The mind of everyone will be collected at the in and out breath to become one Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Your mind will be collected into Buddha. You know. Buddha, you are awake. Buddha, you are joyful. Everybody set your mind to recollect the virtue of the Buddha, which is inestimable, comprising wisdom, purity, and compassion. Set up your mind like this until joy, happiness, and calmness arise in the mind of everyone, which then become united toward the power of Buddha or Lord Buddha. The lights up create the brightness of Dhamma peace to truly arise in the world. Recollect in your mind that peace can only come about with the power of Buddha. Buddha is the right wisdom, leading to the true extinction of all sufferings, to realize the Four Noble Truths or Ariya Satya, Dukkha Ariya Satya, Dukkha Samudaya Ariya Satya, Dukkha Nirodha Ariya Satya, Dukkha Nirodha Kamini Ariya Satya. And now, for the final moment of paying homage to Lord Buddha or to Buddha or Buddha, that unite the virtue of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Let's all of us make determination in your mind with the truth that may the power of the Triple Gem protect and maintain His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Tibetan people to be free from all harms and danger. May peace and happiness arise for the people of the world, including Tibetan people of the Dalai Lama. May humanity be respectful of basic human rights. Do not offend or encroach on each other. May they respect liberty of each other and of all beings. May the people of the world preserve, recover, and maintain natural resources. For lasting sustainability of society and environment. May the world be free from nuclear weapons, the serious threat for the global community. On this auspicious occasion, celebrating His Holiness the Dalai Lama 90th birthday, I would like chanting blessing to him and to all people in the world now. Siriti timati te cho chaya siti mahit ติมหาคุณาปริมิตาปุญญาดิการัตสสัพบันตรายะนิวารณาสมัทธัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะดะวติงสัมมหาปุริสรักขณานุภาเวนะอสีตยานุปยัญชนะนุภาเวนะนุภาเวตรัสสะตะมังสะตะมังคลานุภาเวนะฉับบันนรังสิยานุภาเวนะเกตุมาลานุภาเวนะดัสสะปรมีตานุภาเวนะดัสสะอุปปรมีตานุภาเวนะดัสสะปรมัตถปรมีตานุภาเวนะศีลสัมมธิปัญญานุภาเวนะภาเวนะธรรมนุภาเวนะสังฆานุภาเวนะเตชะนุภาเวนะอิทธานุภาเวนะบาลานุภาเวนะยยธรรมนุภาเวนะจตุราสีติสัตตมขันธานุภาเวนะนวรุกุตรธรรมนุภาเวนะอัตถังคิกะมัคคานุภาเวนะอัตถสมปาติยานุภาเวนะชละพิญญานุภาเวนะจตุสัจจยานะนุภาเวนะดัสสะบารยานะนุภาเวนะสัมบัญญูตญาณนุภาเวนะเมตตากรุณามุทิตาอุเบกขานุภาเวนะสัมปปริตตานุภาเวนะรัตนัตยสารนานุภาเวนะตุยหังสัพปโรคาโสกุบันดาวะดุกขโดมนันสุปยาสาวินาสันตุสัพบะอันตรายาปิวินาสันตุสัพพสังกัปปะตุยหังสมิจจันตุดีขายุตาตุยหังโหตุสัตตวัสสชีเวนะสัมมังคิโกโหตุสัมบดาอากาสะบปตาวันนะภูมิขังคามหาสมุทธาอารักขกาเดวตาสดาตุมเหอนุรักขันตุ may all danger in this world dissolve. May the wholesome intention in your mind be fulfilled. May natural resources, precious civilization, and religion along with peace and harmony from the global community be abandoned and protected. May the global community unite their minds as one through the power of Buddha Ratana, Dhamma Ratana, Sangha Ratana. The perfect wisdom through Metta Karuna and through the sacred power of Parita and by the power of remembering the Tibetan gem, protect His Holiness the Dalai Lama, protects all of you out of suffering, of disease and harm, by power of Tibetan gem, by Buddha Dhamma Sangha, by Metta Karuna, Mudita Ubekha, blessing all of you.
We are grateful to the most venerable Arya Vangso for his kind words, his wishes, and also for his gracious presence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have the most venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche from Dharamshala as our guest of honor in this inaugural session. He is an eminent teacher, a great scholar and a spiritual guide. He is widely revered for his remarkable adherence to the practice of Guru devotion. A close aid and confidant of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the Most Venerable is a beacon of wisdom and compassion. He is a paragon of visionary leadership and transformative reforms. May I now request the Most Venerable Professor Samdang Rinpoche to come for his address.
Namo Ratnatraya, Namo Ava Lokadeshwaraya. Most Venerable Sangha, the great Dhammadvaj holders on the desk, friends in Dharma. Actually, in the beginning, my responsibility was just to read out the His Holiness message. Now this is just bonus, another occasion to speak few words before you. I am aware that we are behind the schedule and there's time constraints. In spite of that, I will take this opportunity to submit some small points of my life experience for your consideration in the occasion of the celebration of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. The 14th Dalai Lama, as a reincarnation of manifestation of our Lord Surya, naturally the embodiment of loving kindness of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. His loving kindness goes all sentient beings all the time. And particularly, his unique contribution is his teaching. He have nothing said which Buddha have not said in Buddha Vachanas, but he conveyed the Buddha's teaching in a suitable medium or language which is understandable and appreciable by the people in the postmodern civilization of 21st century. That's why recently His Holiness was praised that he is the fearless teacher of 21st century. And the basic Buddhist teaching of Four Noble Truth in a modern scientific idiom which we need to understand and to be practiced. And I will just touch a few points what he was trying to do and for which we should follow and we should do our best to materialize his objectives and teachings. He is talk about universal responsibility on the basis of the phenomena of interdependently arising. We have to try to bring peace and stability among the sentient beings all over the universe. And for that purpose, we are not able to oppose and achieve a violence-free world. We shall have to think very seriously why we are not able to reduce or stop the increasing violence in the world. Buddha have transformed the hearts of the Angulimala in few minutes teaching, but in our time, we are not able to transform the hearts and minds of the violent people. What is the basic reason why our sincere effort to oppose the violence and the inappropriate negative acts. Where is our weakness that we shall have to search out? It is my experience or viewpoint that we are not able to cultivate unconditional love and compassion to the wrongdoer, the violent people. Buddha have repeatedly said that the negative emotions are to be considered as opponents or the enemy, but those people who are influenced by the negative emotions should be loved and compassionate, object of compassionate. Similarly, as repeated by Gandhi, we should hate the sin but love the sinner. And we are not able to cultivate in our mind unconditional and sufficient loving kindness to the violence doer. That's why our opposition to a violent act become forceless. And therefore, some of the Buddhist friends in the West, they are now working on love force. Better me, better we, and better world. This kind of new approach, it appears to be appropriate. Equanimity to all sentient beings is the basic ground to attain the loving kindness without any discrimination. Whenever we see the violent people, we just do not like the violent act, and at the same time, some kind of disliking to the violent people, the doer, that is not able to remove in our mind. The violent people, they also have their own justifications in the name of self-defense, in the name of nationalism, in the name of retaliation, so on and so forth. They are completely misleading by their own insufficient and wrong logics, and we are not able to encounter with love and compassionate as a mother look to their children. So we shall have to cultivate our mind equal love and compassion to the right doers and wrong doers without any discrimination. This is, I think, one of the hindrance which weakens our effort. And the second point, His Holiness is very much committed to religious harmony. Religious harmony is also not a difficult task to achieve. But our problem is we have mixed up all the three things, the religiousness, the religiosity, and religianism. And particularly, the religiousness is completely lost. And only religiosity is a little bit alive. And the basic, in the name of religion, what operates today is the religionism. Religionism is entirely irreligious mental attitude, and which cannot benefit neither the individual itself and nor the other people. So we shall have to live out the religionism and go back to the religiousness. If people live in the religiousness, and I don't think there's any problem to bring religious harmonies, because all the basic teaching about religions are only different of language. The contents are all same. We shall have to bring back to the religiousness instead of religionism. And similarly, for the secular ethics, what His Holiness talk about, the secularism, which is interpreted in many ways, here the ethics or moral conduct is necessary for believers and non-believers equally. And if we do not have a teaching of ethics which is suitable to every religion as well as non-believers, so for that, what Gandhi have said is Saradama Sambhava, a feeling of equality of all religious traditions as well as non-religious people's mindset as well. So unless equilibrium is not able to bring out, we may not able to exercise or practice what His Holiness taught about secular ethics. And these few things I would like to submit for your consideration, and respecting the 10 schedule, I will stop my words there. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
We express our deep gratitude to the most venerable Professor Samdang Rinpoche for his kind words and his continuous support to IBC. Ladies and gentlemen, for this special occasion, we have a group of Tibetan children who are part of Tibetan Children's Home, Dehradun. TCH is an integrated charitable organization, and its aim is to ensure that all Tibetan children under its care received a sound education, a firm cultural identity, and a short cultural performance in front of you. On this cultural stage, which is in your left side, they will perform their dance and group song. First, they will present a traditional Tibetan group song accompanied by authentic Tibetan instruments. This group song is dedicated to His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, wishing him a long life and continued guidance. The second performance will be a traditional Tibetan dance, Relpa. This will be performed by skilled artists and dancers from almost every region of Tibet. I will request the children from Tibetan Children's Home, Dehradun, to start with their first performance.
Thari wuch doga chokba unye ne longo nga chu nga ko ko e ka shi wo tin de la ya nga zo do me chong mon ngo ne chai ya mo chi che na marika
So this was a special cultural performance by the children of Tibetan Children's Home, Dehradun, wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a long life. Thank you very much to the whole group. We are thankful to all the children and artists from this, for this wonderful performance depicting the rich and deep cultural heritage of Tibet, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for IBC to host His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trasin Gyana Vajra Rinpoche. He is the second son of His Holiness Gongma Trechen Rinpoche, the 41st Sakya Trasin, and Her Eminence Gyalum Chenmo Tashi Leike. His Holiness Hondong Gyana Vajra Rinpoche is the 43rd successor of Hon Konchuk Gyalpo, the first Sakya Trasin, and founder of the Sakya school of Tibetan Buddhism. I will humbly request His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizen Gyanavajra Rinpoche to deliver his keynote address on this occasion.
Most Venerable Sangharajas, esteemed monastics, distinguished guests, and cherished Dhamma friends. Today, we gather with heart full of gratitude and reverence to celebrate the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama Tenzin Gyatso, a beacon of compassion whose light has illuminated the world for 9 decades. I have the profound honor of meeting His Holiness last week in Dharamsala during his birthday celebration. Despite his advanced age, His Holiness the Dalai Lama appeared extraordinarily radiant, youthful, and healthy, impressing me as always with his remarkable memory in recollecting past events with vivid clarity. I am delighted to share with you the uplifting news that His Holiness has repeatedly promised to live to around 130 years of age. From a Tibetan Buddhist perspective, there are outer, inner, and secret biographies of the lives of Master. Today, we shall dwell primarily in the realms with which we are most cognizant, the outer activities of His Holiness that have been visible to the world and have shaped our contemporary understanding of compassion and wisdom in action. As we honor this extraordinary milestone of 90 years of wisdom and compassion, I reflect upon the 4 great commitments that have defined His Holiness' remarkable life and continue to guide his tireless service to humanity. His Holiness' first commitment to promoting basic human value has touched countless lives across all boundaries of religion, culture, and nationality. His Holiness has always identified himself as simply one among the 7 billion human beings on this planet. He has constantly thought that compassion, forgiveness, tolerance, and contentment are not merely a Buddhist concept, but universal human value essential for genuine happiness and peace. Through his teachings and personal example, His Holiness has shown us that true strength lies not in the power over others, but in the cultivation of inner peace and loving kindness. His Holiness' profound message that my religion is kindness has resonated in the hearts of millions, inspiring people of all faith and background to embrace their shared humanity. In a world often divided by differences, His Holiness has been a unifying voice, reminding us that beneath our various traditions and beliefs, we all share the same fundamental desire for happiness and freedom from suffering. His Holiness' second commitment to fostering harmony among the world's religious traditions has been a source of a profound inspiration. As the leader of Tibetan Buddhism, His Holiness has consistently reached across denominational and religious boundaries, recognizing the wisdom and value inherent in all authentic spiritual paths. His Holiness' dialogue with the leaders of Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, and other traditions have been demonstrated that different religions can learn from one another while maintaining their unique identity. His Holiness has shown us that diversity in spiritual practice enrich rather than threatens. Certain approach has exemplified the true spirit of Buddha's teaching. His Holiness responds to all school of Tibetan Buddhism, embodied not just in word but in his daily practice, has strengthened our entire tradition and preserved the richness in our varied lineages. His Holiness' third commitment to preserving Tibetan Buddhism culture and identity has been both sacred duty and a profound gift to the world. Despite the immense challenges faced by the Tibetan people, His Holiness has worked tirelessly to ensure that our ancient wisdom, traditions, language, art, and the way of life continue to flourish. Through his visionary efforts, Tibetan Buddhism has found new soil in which to grow, taking root in countries around the world, primarily in India, while maintaining its authentic essence. His Holiness has established monasteries, schools, and cultural centers that served as beacon of learning for all who seek wisdom. His Holiness' vision of preserving Tibetan culture has transcended mere survival. It has become a vibrant contribution to the world's civilization. The profound philosophical insights, meditation practices, and compassionate worldview of Tibet now enrich the spiritual landscape of humanity as a whole. His Holiness' fourth commitment, promoting the ancient wisdom of India, particularly the profound philosophical and contemplative tradition that flourished at Nalanda University, has been a remarkable gift to the both Eastern and Western intellectual traditions. His Holiness has constantly emphasized that Buddhism was born in India and that the comprehensive system of Buddhist philosophy, logic, and meditation that developed here represent one of humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Through His Holiness' tireless effort, the world has come to recognize that ancient Indian wisdom, encompassing not only Buddhist philosophy, but also sophisticated traditions of logic, epistemology, psychology, and contemplative science, offer an invaluable insight for addressing the challenges of our modern world. His Holiness' dialogue with scientists, philosophers, and scholars have demonstrated how these ancient traditions can enrich contemporary understanding of our consciousness, ethics, and human flourishing. His Holiness has shown us that the ancient wisdom is not merely a historical interest, but contains practical methods for cultivating inner peace, developing compassion, and understanding the nature of reality that remain as relevant today as they were over 2 millennia ago. His Holiness' interaction with the scientists for several decades have helped establish contemplative science as a legitimate field of inquiry, bridging ancient wisdom and modern knowledge. His Holiness' four commitments reflect his embodiment of the Bodhisattva ideal, the dedication of his entire life, and indeed his whole sacred being, to the welfare of all sentient beings. At 90 years of age, His Holiness' energy and dedication remains undiminished. His smiles continue to radiate joy, and his teaching continues to transform hearts and minds around the world. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the IBC for organizing this grand celebration for one of the most deserving brand ambassador of this great nation of India, one of the greatest sons, as His Holiness has often validated by stating that he is physically nurtured by Indian dal chawal and intellectually enriched by the ancient wisdom of Nalanda tradition. On behalf of all who have touched by His Holiness' profound kindness, I offer our deepest gratitude, our heartfelt prayers for his continued good health and long life, and our unwavering commitment to carrying forward the precious teachings His Holiness has shared with the world. May His Holiness' light continue to shine brightly, illuminating the path of the compassion and wisdom for generations to come. May his noble example inspire us all to cultivate the same boundless love and dedication to the welfare of all beings. Thank you.
We express our deep gratitude to His Holiness, the 43rd Sakya Trajan Gyanavajra Rinpoche, for his keynote address and for his gracious presence. We are honored, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now the eminent monks from various countries are going to perform a prayer in the honor of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, wishing him a long life.
Jnana विविधानि च पादट्टवानि मोक्षं सुखं अधिगमिन्यरो सफैन्यो एतेन सज्जवज्जेन सोतिते होतु सर्वदा भवतु सर्वमङ्गलं रक्षन्तु सर्वदेवता सर्वभूतानुभावेन सदा सोऽधि भवन्तु ते भवतु सर्वमङ्गलं रक्षन्तु सर्वदेवता सर्वधर्मानुभावेन सदा सोऽधि भवन्तु ते भवतु सर्वमङ्गलं रक्षन्तु सर्वदेवता सर्वधर्मानुभावेन सदा सोऽधि भवन्तु ते साधु साधु Phật
bấn tăng bấn giảm thị cố không trung vô sanh vô thọ thượng hành thương vô nhà nhị thị địa thân hỷ vô sát thanh hương vị xuân pháp vô nhãn giới đại chi vô ý thương giới vô vô minh diệu vô vô minh tâm đại chi vô đạo tự vô đạo tự tâm vô tam diện đạo vô trí diệu vô đăng diệu vô sở đăng cố bồ đề tam bảo ma nhã ba ra mật đa cố tâm vô quái ngã vô cũng vô biện liên lý điện đạo thường cơ can điện bạc tam thế chư phật y ban nhã ba ra mật đa cố đăng a đầu đa la tam biểu tam bồ đề cố trí ban nhã ba ra mật đa thị đại thượng chu thị đại minh chu thị vô thượng chu thị vô đẳng đẳng chu na trừ như thiên hộ chân thiên bấn hư cô thiên ba nhã ba ra mật đa du tướng thiên chu viên yên đế ba la tăng yên đế bồ đề ta bà ha yên đế ba la tăng yên đế bồ đề ta bà ha yên đế ba la tăng yên đế bồ đề ta bà
nguyện đem công đức này hướng về khắp tất cả đệ tử và chúng sanh đều trọn thành Phật đạo.
보살 행심반야바라 밀다시 조견온 계공도 일체고익사리자 색고리 공고리 색색즉시 공공즉시 색수상행식 여부여세사리자 시제법 공상불생불멸불고 부정불감시고 공정무색 무서상행식 무한이비설신의 무색성향미촉 무한계내지 무의식계무 무명영무 무명진내지 무노사육무 노사진무고진멸도 무제영무 이무어서 듣고 보리살타의 반야바라밀다우신무가예 무가예 무유공포 원리전도몽상구경열반 삼세제보라 반야바 밀다고득안욕다라 삼약삼보리 고지 반야바라밀 시대신주 시대명주 시무의 성주 시무의 등등주 능제일세고 진실구로고 설반야 바라밀다주 즉설주아지 아지 바라 승아지 무지 사바 아지 바라 승아지 무지 사바 아지 바라 승아지 무지 사바
원이 차공덕 부구보일체 아등여중생 탕생극락국 풍견무량수
개공성불
자그샘망요나서 그가거게 모덕그주지 강계녀라이신지승이 안지사이보사교지 안야라미다 지쇼갱고은가이그도 이사이그야그 시기의 이지기지기 소그세 그그 소그세 시기주 소요 시기야그분요세 샤리시대 쇼그소 심으로 시약음으로 시짐 메츠도무 지약음으도 그임을 쇼도 고보다이 사타에 안야하람이다 신무게게 무게게 고무그 온니 사이된 노무 소그요네 안산대 쇼부스에 안야 미다고도 그 아느 그 따라 삼야그 삼보다이고지 안야하람이다 세다이지 슈세다이묘 슈세무 셈무도도 슈노조 이사이그 신지드르고고 세트 안야하람이다 서그세슈 쯔갸테 갸테 아라갸테 아라소갸테 보지소아가 한야 신교 노마그 삼만다보다 남마그 노마그 삼만다보다 남마그 한떡그 엠만 샤가뇨라이 신지 샤리 온지 오시오가이도 바가도라이교 겐신유가가 뉴부츠가지고가 쇼보다이 부츠진리기조 즈보다이 시슈보사츠교도뉴 묘도다이 치곤조 초라이 마카보다라마니 한노마짐마나하라바리다야 온나보갸베로샤노 마카보다라마니 짐마나하라바리다야 온나보갸베로샤노 마카보다라마니 한노마짐
自度。
Respected monks from the countries like Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Korea, Vietnam, Japan, Bhutan, Mongolia, Russia, and also from Tibetan region, Indian Himalaya region, and all these monks from these countries and regions have performed this prayer, wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama long and healthy life, ladies and gentlemen. I will now request Secretary General of IBC, Shatse Khensur Jangchup Choyden Rinpoche, to present a memento to our guest of honor and special guests on the dais for being with us on this very special, auspicious and gracious presence, for their presence. And first of all, I will request Secretary General to present a memento to His Holiness 43rd Sakya Trisin Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, who is being presented a memento on behalf of IBC by its Secretary General, Shatse Khensur Jangchup Choyden Rinpoche. This is a statue of Lord Buddha, and I will request all of you to please put your hands together to express our gratitude to His Holiness 43rd Sakya Trisin. Now, our Secretary General will present a memento as a token of gratitude to His Holiness 105th Garden Tripa, a statue of Lord Buddha. And I will request you again to please put your hands together to express our gratitude to His Holiness 105th Garden Tripa for being with us. I will request the Secretary General to present this token of gratitude to the Most Venerable Aryavangso also, who has come from Thailand and who is gracing the occasion. The next memento by the Secretary General will be presented to Most Venerable Vaskaduwe Mahindavansa Mahanaike Thero for his gracious presence in this special celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Most Venerable Vaskaduwe Mahindavansa Mahanaika Thero. Now, our Secretary General will be presenting a memento to Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche for his gracious presence and a continuous support to IBC. I will request Secretary General IBC to present a memento to Venerable Bhikkhu Kabagosa Buddha Rakita for his kind presence on this occasion. We are grateful to all the dignitaries, eminent scholars, guests for gracing the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a special message, and before that I would like to inform you that we have received a message also from His Holiness 24th Pandito Khambo Lamba Damba Ayushiv, head of Buddhist tradition Sangha of Russia, wishing His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama a healthy and long life. And also we have received a special message from Mr. Richard Gere for this occasion. As you know, Mr. Richard Gere is an ardent follower of and admirer of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and he is also a global envoy of International Buddhist Confederation. I will request our technical team to play this message from Richard Gere.
Hello there to all my friends in Delhi, in the Buddhist world, the non-Buddhist world, our friends and our brothers and sisters everywhere. Sorry I can't be there with you. I know this is a really special event you're having there to celebrate the life and the legacy and the extraordinary 90 years on this planet that His Holiness has shared with us. Certainly those of us who have been students of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and have seen him and his influence that he's had on all kinds of people all over this planet. We're just so inspired and feeling so much gratitude that we have been part of this journey, and have been learning so much from him. I wish to say a special hello to all my friends there, the Tibetan community. I know Bob is speaking, and I know Samdang Rinpoche is there, Ken Rinpoche, Nikki La, and I know there's other friends of mine who'll be integral parts of this, but Buddhist friends from all over the world, men and women, the leaders who are there. And hopefully out of this discussion that you're having, we can all be inspired by what His Holiness has done to touch people wherever they live and wherever they come from, to bring more wisdom and more compassion and love into their lives, to be more patient with each other. So, in keeping with His Holiness's message, let's be a little kinder to each other and find a way to spread that wise, compassionate warmth that His Holiness embodies. Lots of love, and have a good conference. Bye.
So this was the message from Richard Gere. Now I will invite the Most Venerable Nicholas Vreeland from USA to present his concluding remarks. Most Venerable Nicholas Vreeland.
Concluding this inaugural session of the celebration of glorious 90 years of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, spiritual wisdom and global relevance, I wish to thank all of you for your inspiration, for your words of wisdom, and for your presence here today. To Your Holiness the 43rd Sakyatrizin Gyanavajra Rinpoche, head of the Sakya Order of Tibetan Buddhism, for your keynote speech and for reminding us that His Holiness the Dalai Lama's religion is kindness. Your Holiness, the 105th Ganden Tri Rinpoche, Jetsung Lobsang Doje Pelsangpo, Supreme Head of the Geluk Order and President of the Geluk International Foundation, I thank you for your presence here today. Most Venerable Professor Samdong Rinpoche, Chancellor of Sanchi University of Buddhist and Indic
Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College, Tangerang, Banten from Indonesia. And we will also having Dr. Alexandra Barzin, a prominent Buddhist scholar and occasional interpreter for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. He is from USA, and from USA he has come to participate in this celebration. And also we have in this session Geshe Lobsang Tenzing Negi, who is the Executive Director, Center for Contemplative Science and Compassion-Based Ethics, Emory University, USA. So I will request all of you to please take your seats immediately so that we can start our first panel session. So ladies and gentlemen, once again on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, we welcome all of you in the celebration of glorious 90 years of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. After this small break, we are now resuming the proceedings of the day, and our first session of the panel discussion is going to commence in the august presence of all of you. So once again, I will be requesting all of you, please take your seats. This first session of panel discussion is on the theme, the spiritual teachings of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, relevance in the 21st century. Our panelists for this session are eminent Buddhist scholars who belong to different parts of the world. And let me introduce the panelists and the moderator. Our panelists for this session, who belong to different parts of the world, we are privileged to have Dr. A.D. Ramavijayaputra, Rector, Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College, Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia. Please put your hands together to welcome all the panelists on the stage. Dr. A.D. Ramavijayaputra, who is Rector, Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College, Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia. We also have in this session Dr. Alexandra Barzin, a prominent Buddhist scholar and occasional interpreter for His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. He is from USA. Please welcome Honorable Dr. Alexandra Barzin. Put your hands together to welcome Dr. Alexandra, please. We also have in this session Geshe Lobsang Tenzing Negi, who is Executive Director, Center for Contemplative Science and Compassion-Based Ethics, Emory University from USA. Please welcome Geshe Lobsang Tenzing Negi. I will request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome him. As our esteemed panelists, these dignitaries and scholars are part of this session. Geshe Nawang Sonam from the Office of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, Dharmashala, has very kindly consented to moderate this session. I will request Geshe Nawang Sonam to start the proceedings of this session. We welcome all of you in this session. Please take your seats because the discussion is going to start, deliberations will be on. So before that, I will request all of you to please take your seats immediately, without any delay.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, let me wholeheartedly thank IBC for having me here, and particularly hosting this grand celebration of His Holiness' birthday. So today, since I'm chairing the session, first, as a chairperson, I need to speak briefly for 10 minutes. And we are already running late quite, so I want to keep things brief and particularly request that the panelists to be strict with your own time. And I would also would like to remind you if you are about to finish, because you have 15 minutes, I think. So when you are around 13 minutes, then I'll remind you that you have to wind up things. So we all know who His Holiness the Dalai Lama is, and in few words, I cannot sum up everything. But basically, as a Buddhist monk, I grew up revering His Holiness as an emanation of Avalokiteshvara, which to this day I firmly believe. But then it's another story associating closely with His Holiness. I have been very lucky in somehow, as a translator for His Holiness, one of the translators for His Holiness, to have been with him in various events and also observe him doing his things like meeting people, addressing issues and so forth. So initially when I grew up, because I grew up at TCV school, where I didn't really have a proper upbringing with my parents. So because of that, life was actually quite difficult, and I didn't really have much confidence in people's compassion. I always believed that compassion means when you do something nice to them, then they respond to you nicely. So you have to always heed to their needs in order to have their compassion on you. When I actually went to the monastery, it's a very different picture, because people don't expect any kind of like payback for being kind. And then I thought, okay, compassion may still may be limited to some people, but not for me. Then when I actually received teachings from His Holiness on Shantideva's text, I felt like compassion is something we can all relate to logically. But then, of course, when you don't really come across someone who really embodies compassion, then it's also restrained you from practically appreciating compassion. So when I actually saw His Holiness as a close range, His Holiness didn't display any air of arrogance, which was in a way quite kind of a shock for me, because somebody of His Holiness' stature, prestige, respect, even very high lamas that I have associated with, I can somehow feel some form of like being a little superior, but I have never seen that in His Holiness. So now we all know what His Holiness, what he stands for, His Holiness, for commitments and so forth. So I'm not going to elaborate much on that. But I actually am always reminded of one particular teaching by His Holiness at Dharamsala, when he gave teaching on the three principal aspects of the path, in which he said, Tsongkhapa, where actually he read out a letter, personal letter sent to Tsakong Ngawang, who requested the teaching by Tsongkhapa. At that time, Tsakong Ngawang was in Eastern Tibet, disseminating teachings of Tsongkhapa's tradition. So he said, in the letter, Tsongkhapa has written that Tsakong Ngawang to Tsakong Ngawang that if you practice what I have taught you properly, then when I actually attain the fruit of enlightenment, you'll be the first one with whom I will share the nectar of Dharma. And then His Holiness commented further by saying, Tsongkhapa will not make a choice of who to lead to enlightenment. If only you make your own effort, for Tsongkhapa will not put you away, will not reject you unless you limit yourself from accessing his teachings. So, although Tsakung Ngawang Thapa is not physically close to Tsongkhapa, but being able to embody the teachings of Tsongkhapa, he actually, I would say, was one of the heart students of Tsongkhapa. So now I can say the same thing for His Holiness. Not everyone has the fortune to be physically very close to His Holiness, but we all know what His Holiness teaches, what His Holiness stands for, His 4 commitments. So if we live His teachings properly, then we all will experience the essence, the nectar of His Holiness Dharma, and we all have the great privilege to be led by His Holiness in our successive lifetimes. So on that note, I would like to welcome our panelists here. And the first speaker here is Geshe Lobsang Tenzin Negi. I'm not going to read from here because this is all there for to see. But from what I know about Geshe-la has had his monastic training, got his graduate degree, and then went to Emory University. And also he got his doctorate from there, and is an established modern Buddhist scholar across the world. And I first met him when I was with His Holiness at Emory University, and his humility, his knowledge, particularly his dedication to His Holiness, is exemplary. And so Geshe-la, I would say, has been instrumental in realizing many of His Holiness initiatives, one of which is one of the remarkable contributions is sea learning, social, emotional, ethical learning, which actually entails teaching compassion without touching religion. Because there are so many around the world who do not adhere to religion. And so for them, now the practice of compassion is necessary, important, but they wouldn't adhere to any religious concept. So then His Holiness came out with a proposal where he says, without touching religion, you can still, on the basis of 3 reasoning. One is common sense, one is common reasoning, common experience, and one is scientific finding. Based on these 3, we can still impart the teaching of compassion, basic human values to children from kindergarten, in His Holiness' own word, kindergarten up to the university. So Geshe-la, I would say, is really very helpful in realizing His Holiness' vision. So on that note, now I would like to request Geshe-la, please take your, be on the dais and give your presentation, if you may. Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe-la, and good afternoon to everyone. With deepest reverence, I begin by paying my humble prostrations to the lotus feet of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and extend my heartfelt greetings on this momentous occasion of the 90th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. This milestone is not only a celebration of an individual, his extraordinary contribution to the humanity, but it's also a time for us to reflect on the enduring impact of his teachings across the globe. I will be mindful of my time, allocated time, 15 minutes, and would use some slides to present my presentation. One of the focuses of His Holiness, in fact, the first of his 4 commitments in life, has been, as you have heard from many presenters this morning, to promote the basic human values as a way to ensure that humanity continues to survive. In fact, as far back as in the 90s, as the turn of this current millennium, His Holiness wrote a book called The Ethics for a New Millennium, not just for the 21st century, but for the entire 1,000 years that we just began 2 decades ago. In that, His Holiness says that a revolution is called for, certainly, but not a political, an economic, or even a technical revolution. We have had enough experience of these during the past century to know that the purely external approach, and I've emphasized purely external approach, will not suffice. What I propose is a spiritual revolution. His Holiness proposed a spiritual revolution, not religious, but the spiritual. For His Holiness, spiritual or the spiritual values have to do with the basic human values like kindness, compassion, love, forgiveness, a sense of oneness of humanity. Now, these are the values that His Holiness points out. These are not luxuries, but necessities, without which humanity cannot survive. Now, in promotion of these basic human values, as His Holiness has pointed out, that the revolution, the spiritual revolution is needed. The reason, as he has pointed out, is that our modern education for the last several centuries have excessively focused on the external development and neglected the inner development of love, compassion, and these values. So, as the symptom, as the impact of that neglect, we are seeing today the rise on mental health problems, global crisis, the conflicts, global warming, and host of the challenges that humanity is facing. His Holiness says that this is a reflection of that neglect of inner values. Now, in promoting inner values, His Holiness is very aware that it cannot be a religion-based in order to resonate with our modern world. We have become pretty much a global village. In the past, we lived with relative independence or as communities, nations, but that reality is not the case anymore. We share a space with many different ethnicities, religious backgrounds, race, gender, all kinds of backgrounds. So an approach to promoting these basic human values that inform our actions, our behavior, basically an ethical way of living, it has to be something more universal, what His Holiness calls secular, modeled after the Indian understanding as it is enshrined in the Indian Constitution, that is respecting all religions, but also the views of those who have no religion. So in that sense, secular is meant to be universal and for an approach to education that promotes these basic human values. To be universal, it would need to be something that, as His Holiness says, that grounded in our personal or common experience, common sense, and most importantly, scientific evidence. Now, His Holiness has written another book called The Universe in a Single Atom, back in 2005, in which His Holiness recognizes that today, that's in the first decade of the 21st century, that it says that in the first decade of the 21st century, science and spirituality have the potential to be closer than ever and to embark upon a collaborative effort that has far-reaching potential to help humanity meet the challenges before us. We are all in this together. May each of us, as a member of the human family, respond to the moral obligation to make this collaboration possible. This is my heartfelt plea. So His Holiness has plead, but it's not just a plea. His Holiness has been very systematic and thoughtful in advancing such a convergence of science and spirituality. In fact, back in 1987, together with Francisco Varela, a leading neurobiologist, and Adam Engel, His Holiness founded Mind and Life Initiative, a platform to chart a new frontier in science, where the scientists can explore this inner universe of thoughts, the emotions, the consciousness. And through these dialogues, through these meetings, His Holiness has had conversations with scientists from all different disciplines, from quantum physics to neuroscience, evolutionary biology, psychology, and all other fields. And we know today that through such a pioneering work, we have a new discipline in science, contemplative science, and the sub-discipline within contemplative science known as the contemplative neuroscience. These are a huge outcomes of such dialogue, and we see today thousands of young researchers who are embarking on such explorations of the inner world. Another important undertaking by His Holiness has been a historic academic collaboration with Emory University. And this has to do with the bridging of two worlds, the Eastern and the Western world of science, for one common humanity. And this partnership began in 1998, where His Holiness laid out a clear vision for a partnership that began at Emory University known as Emory-Tibet Partnership to advance a knowledge that is more holistic, that draws from the strength of the two traditions. And through this collaboration, I'm happy to share that His Holiness's vision, how far it has come. For example, one of the programs under this is Emory-Tibet Science Initiative, and this is to advance the convergence of science and spirituality. Now, His Holiness's goal in bringing modern science to the monastic education is not just to inform monastics about the science, but really the long-term goal is to empower these contemplative scholars, give them tools to investigate these inner values, inner skills, if you will, together with other scientists, so that the knowledge can be advanced. And we are so happy to see today that this initiative has come a long way. Over 1,500 or 1,500 monastics are involved in the 6-year science curriculum, spanning from neuroscience, physics, biology. 43 monastics have completed 2 years of residence at Emory University studying modern sciences. 418 faculty members, these are professors from American and other universities across the world who have come and taught science in the Tibetan monasteries in South India. And then you can see that now there are real monastic scientists have emerged who are doing research in the topics like the lucid dreaming, impact of compassion on our well-being, what the experience and understanding of reality, the emptiness, has on our well-being. How do they impact our thinking, the cognition, and so forth. And then some of those monastic scientists are here among the audience here. So this is a truly a huge, progress, huge realization of His Holiness's dream. And another part of His Holiness his effort in advancing this knowledge is to really advance the science and practice, not just to emphasize the importance of compassion and these values, but also to show how to cultivate it, have the program that can teach how to build these skills, and then assess, see if that really has an impact on our well-being. Emory University's cognitively based compassion training is one such that is leading in terms of the research with most randomized studies. It has now tailored this program to different fields in the human society. For example, healthcare, education, business and leadership, and as well as the mental health. One of the outcomes of this with Indian fellow friends I like to share is this program was implemented in Bihar in 2021-22. And as you can see from this publication, Power of Compassion, Revolutionizing Healthcare in India. What they have found is that a hospital, public hospital in Bihar, in Sitamarhi, that ranked at the bottom in the Bihar, within a year and few months, through the introduction of compassion training, that became recognized as one of the best hospitals in Bihar, and also received the recognition that actually ranks this among the top 5% hospitals in India. Now, as our moderator pointed out, really the main focus of this collaboration that His Holiness has had with Emory University is C-learning, social, emotional, and ethical learning. We know today that how mental health is impacting globally, and that you can see how teenagers are impacted by the mental health. There are children committing suicide because of the mental health as young as 7 years of age. It's unheard of. So in such a climate, C-learning, social, emotional, and ethical learning is received with a huge welcome around the world. Social, emotional, and ethical learning was launched in 2019 here in Delhi by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It is a worldwide initiative for educating the heart and mind. Now, it is offered now in 79 countries implemented today. There are 25 languages this curriculum has been translated. More than 20 million students are engaged, and over 100,000 schools. It's just a very conservative account number, but its actual numbers probably are much more.
You have 2 minutes.
This program, I will conclude by pointing out that how the social, emotional, ethical learning, it's one of these SEL programs. Many countries are recommending schools to bring social, emotional learning in schools. And C-learning, as Daniel Goleman, Dr. Daniel Goleman, the pioneer in this movement, he says that a next generation SEL program, C-learning adds SEL several crucial skills that are largely missing from most of these existing programs. These include attention training. You can see that how it's drawn from the Nalanda tradition. Compassion, systems learning, and interdependence, lens of interdependence, and development of ethical outlook. He sees that this is what he calls the SEL 2.0, and it's through this programs that we can see the world leaders are recognizing, like whether it's our Prime Minister, India's Prime Minister Modi ji, that he acknowledges that how His Holiness has met he's an enduring symbol of compassion and so forth. Or the President Clinton, same thing, that how grateful for his effort for this inner encounter and compassionate world. I want to just conclude with this, just take a moment with me. Pico Iyer, an author, in this recent article in Time magazine, where he concludes the article, the title is Why Dalai Lama Continues to Be a Counselor to Us All. It concludes by saying that 90 years from now, and in the centuries to come, he will be remembered as one of the first global spiritual leaders and one of the most enduring. I invite you to join His Holiness in his message yesterday on the 11th, when he has mentioned that he has spent his life promoting these basic human values, and he will continue to do that. And he asks us to join us in this effort. He says that this will be the best birthday present to His Holiness. Please join us, join His Holiness in this effort of compassion revolution to ensure that humanity survives and flourish. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Geshe-la. I wish we had more time, but the constraint of time doesn't allow us more. Otherwise, it's wonderful to see that this learning is spreading so wide. In Geshe-la's own presentation, he says it's being taught in 25 languages, 79 countries, 20 million students are taking part in it, 110,000 schools have adopted it. And I also encourage our friends around India to see if there's a possibility of collaborating with Geshe-la. In fact, actually, yesterday I met a friend of mine at dinner whose husband is running 3 private schools. So I didn't get to tell this to Geshe-la, but I hope to introduce them too, so that sea learning could also be initiated. Geshe-la spoke widely, particularly on the convergence of science and spiritualism. So without going further, I would like to now invite our second speaker, Dr. Alexander Berzin. I think it's a very familiar name. Personally, I have not really seen him until yesterday, but I reserve my own comment on him for this. I have heard a lot about him, and I have actually read some of his translations, which are actually very precise, and he is somebody who's, I would say, traditionally in his style of translation. He has translated many books, written innumerable so he has translated many books and also have been an established writer, writing on Buddhist in various articles and so forth. So he also had the honor of being His Holiness translator on various occasions. So without further delay, I would like to request Dr. Alexander Berzin to present your talk. The theme of today's talk, which I forgot earlier, is the relevance of His Holiness spiritual teachings for the 21st century. So on that, either on the dais or from here, whichever you prefer, please give your presentation. Thank you.
It's a great honor to be part of this celebration of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday and to speak with you today about the relevance of his spiritual teachings for the 21st century. We can get a sense of what His Holiness considers the most crucial from the 3 themes he returns to again and again. These are the oneness of humanity, the 2 focuses of his daily meditation, and his 4 great commitments. There are many other facets that could be cited, such as his discussions with scientists, but I'd like to focus on just these three themes. I can't presume to know what His Holiness' thoughts are about their relevance, but based on what he's shared publicly, we can infer a few points. The first is the oneness of humanity, and more broadly, the oneness of all sentient life across time and space. This oneness is based on the fact that everyone wants to be happy and nobody wants to suffer. Since the difficulties the world will be facing, such as global warming, will affect everyone, any measures taken to tackle them will likewise affect everyone. To choose wisely will depend on understanding the oneness and interconnectedness of all sentient life. The second point His Holiness often makes is that his daily practice centers on bodhicitta, the compassionate wish to achieve enlightenment for the sake of all beings, and the view of emptiness or voidness. Bodhicitta gives people the courage and purpose to work on overcoming their shortcomings and realizing their potentials so as to be of best help to all living beings. This is especially important in the face of an uncertain future. With a correct view of voidness, people will dispel the misconceptions they have about how they, others, and the challenges they'll encounter actually exist. As a result, they'll be able to respond with clarity, insight, and effective action grounded in cause and effect. Then we come to His Holiness's four great commitments, which have defined much of his activity in the world. First is the promotion of secular ethics, namely universal values, like kindness, honesty, and forgiveness, by introducing them into the modern education system. It's today's children who will face the brunt of tomorrow's challenges. They need inner values, not just material ones, to guide their decisions and to make a more compassionate world. Second is his commitment to religious harmony, both within the Buddhist traditions and among the world religions. His Holiness often says that conflict rooted in religion is outmoded. Real solutions in this century will only come from dialogue, mutual respect, and compromise. Third, His Holiness is committed to preserving Tibetan culture, its language, medicine, environment, and the Nalanda tradition. Tibetan culture is based on Buddhism, and Tibetan Buddhism is unique in preserving the full development of Buddhism in India, encapsulated in the Nalanda tradition. This tradition, with its rigorous training in logic and debate, is especially important today as a tool to counter disinformation and distortion. The Tibetan language holds the most complete translations of Indian Buddhist texts. Tibetan medicine provides options where other systems fall short. And preserving Tibet's fragile environment matters for all of Asia, since its rivers supply water to much of the continent. Fourth, His Holiness's effort to reintegrate India's ancient teachings on the mind, both Buddhist and non-Buddhist, into India's modern education system. These teachings offer a deep understanding of the mind and emotions and how to work with them. Teaching this to students gives them the tools to face life's challenges with awareness and responsibility. Reviving these teachings in India is also a gesture of gratitude, for it was India that gave Tibet this wisdom centuries ago. His Holiness not only tirelessly pursues these commitments himself, but he also inspires and empowers many of us, including myself, to join him in his efforts. His Holiness's spiritual teachings are timeless, but his global commitments are especially relevant for our present century. The best present, I think, that we can offer to His Holiness on this auspicious occasion of his 90th birthday is to dedicate ourselves to doing whatever we can to support him in his efforts. His Holiness has shown us the way. Now it's up to us to repay his kindness and follow his lead. His Holiness's vision for the future has been guiding his actions since decades ago. To illustrate this, let me share with you some examples that I either have witnessed, organized, or translated for. Concerning the oneness of humanity, no matter where natural disasters have occurred, His Holiness has made generous donations to the relief efforts. He has also helped at times of social upheaval. For example, he was deeply concerned about the difficulties the leaders and people of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union faced in making the transition after the fall of communism. he traveled to Czechoslovakia at extremely short notice when President Václav Havel invited him to come just a few weeks after he took office and to teach him and his team meditation methods to overcome the stress they had at their new responsibilities. Similarly, at the request of Boris Yeltsin's first deputy, His Holiness sent Tibetan doctors to help the Russian parliamentarians who were also suffering from stress when Russia was starting to assert its independence from the Soviet Union. In 1990, the Soviet Ministry of Health requested Tibetan doctors to treat victims of the Chernobyl disaster. His Holiness compassionately agreed and sent his personal physician, Dr. Tenzing Chodak. Unfortunately, despite the success of the pilot trials, the medical project had to be discontinued after the Soviet Union broke up, as Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus could not agree on cooperation. However, this example of compassion in action shows that His Holiness's main focuses in meditation were never just matters of private practice, but were always active guiding principles of his activities. His deep understanding of the voidness of himself and all that he does is evident not only in his profound teachings on voidness, but also in his ability to remain humble in the face of adoring crowds and to oversee a huge number of projects without getting overwhelmed or stressed. Regarding His Holiness's commitment to expanding school curricula to include the teaching of secular ethics to children, His Holiness has initiated the development of the Social, Emotional, and Ethical C-Learning program at Emory University. Translated into 24 languages, it has been incorporated into school curricula in more than 41 countries. His Holiness has always placed strong emphasis on fostering interreligious harmony, his second great commitment. His very first international visits after coming to India were to meet Buddhist leaders in Japan and Thailand in 1967. Over the ensuing years, he participated in interfaith events with many Christian and Jewish leaders, always preferring private discussions of their teachings and meditation methods for developing love, rather than public prayer meetings. In this regard, he invited a group of Jewish spiritual leaders to Dharamsala in 1990. He invited Muslim leaders as well for similar discussions, such as Dr. Tirmizio Diallo in 1994, the hereditary Sufi leader of Guinea in Africa. The audience was very emotional and moving for both sides. His Holiness has met with many Muslim leaders since then and has requested us at Berzin Archives to make the material of our Study Buddhism website available in all major Islamic languages, which we have done. Since misunderstandings often arise from a lack of information, we have expanded on His Holiness's request and have had our content translated as well into Hebrew and the languages of all the Asian Buddhist countries. His Holiness's efforts to preserve Tibetan culture, his third great commitment, also began shortly after coming to India. In 1961, he wrote My Land and My People and had it translated into English the next year. As a next step, in 1962, he sent the teenagers Sharpa and Kamlang Rinpoches, as well as Geshe Sopa and Lama Kunga, to New Jersey to learn English and become Dharma translators under the guidance of the Kalmyk Mongol Geshe Wangyal. In 1965, in New Delhi, His Holiness arranged for the first Tibet House to be opened as a Tibetan cultural center, and starting in 1966, for the main monasteries of Lhasa to be reestablished in South India. As far as I know, His Holiness began commissioning Buddhist text translations in 1969, when he gave me one to translate with Sharpa and Kamlang Rinpoches during my first audience with him when I had come to India to do the research for my PhD thesis at Harvard. The two Rinpoches had returned to India the previous year, and I had the connection with them through Geshe Wangyal. We translated the text under the guidance of Rinpoche's teacher, Geshe Ngawan Targye. Our work together eventually evolved into the translation division at the Library of Tibetan Works and Archives. To preserve Tibetan culture and house the scriptures brought to him from Tibet, His Holiness laid the foundation stone for the library in June 1970. Shortly before its opening in November 1971, Seeing the benefit of offering Buddhist philosophy and meditation classes for Westerners, he appointed Geshe Ngawantarge as teacher and the two Rinpoches as translators. He also made it possible for me to join them there in 1972 after completing my degree back at Harvard and to dedicate my life to serving him. That same year, seeing the importance of preserving and translating the texts of the Nalanda tradition, His Holiness founded with Geshe Wangyal the American Institute of Buddhist Studies at Columbia University and commissioned it to translate the Tengyur, which contained those texts. Similarly, His Holiness took early steps to make accessible the Kala Chakra initiation, which he regards as particularly beneficial for the future. One of his Kala Chakra teachers, Senchop Serkon Rinpoche, trained me to translate it for him. His Holiness soon saw the strong interest that Westerners had in the Kala Chakra practice, and so he chose 3 sadhanas of graded length to translate for their practice. Then, to help people prepare for these initiations, His Holiness personally gave guidelines on what to explain and how to respond to the most frequently asked questions. His Holiness has been very supportive of making the Dharma available to the world in many other ways. In 1989, he sent me to the monasteries in South India to help prepare the geshes and monks who plan to teach and translate in the West. This led to a workshop Dobum Rinpoche organized in Delhi in 1994 to help train young Tibetans in the skills needed for making written translations. For the preservation of the Buddhist teachings among the Tibetans, His Holiness saw that harmony among the 4 Tibetan schools, as well as with the native Bon tradition, was utterly essential. Therefore, His Holiness convened a conference of reincarnate lamas and abbots from all 5 traditions in 1988 to discuss ways in which they could cooperate. To ensure that the teachings would continue to be preserved in Tibet itself, His Holiness felt that the support of Chinese academics would be of great help. Therefore, to assess the level of interest in Tibetan Buddhism among them, His Holiness asked me to travel to Beijing in 1994 and to lecture there at the research institutes dedicated to the academic study of Buddhism. The professors and scholars were sincerely interested in Tibetan Buddhism, especially in Tantra, and wanted to learn more. His Holiness took this as a positive sign for the future. His Holiness's commitment to preserve Buddhist culture is not restricted to only Tibet. He also played a crucial role in reviving Buddhism in Mongolia and in the traditionally Buddhist regions of Russia, Kalmykia, Buryatia, and Tuva. He laid the foundations for this revival with his visits in 1979 and 1982, and once communism fell, taught extensively there in 1992. To spur the revival of Buddhism in Mongolia, in 1997, His Holiness commissioned a project to compile and publish Bakulo Rinpoche's teachings in colloquial Mongolian. Up until then, the teachings were only available in classical Mongolian or Tibetan, neither of which lay people could read. Serving as India's ambassador to Mongolia, Bakulo Rinpoche had become a popular teacher there. His teachings and reforms of monastic discipline have laid the foundation for the present-day flourishing of Buddhism in Mongolia. To fulfill his 4th commitment to introduce India's ancient philosophical teachings into the Indian educational system, His Holiness started by having the study of logic and debate introduced into the school curriculum of the Tibetan Children's Village in 2017. Then in 2023, he laid the foundation stone for the Dalai Lama Center for Tibetan and Indian Ancient Wisdom in Bodh Gaya. It held its first academic conference in April this year, 2025,
Can you wind up, sir? You have
to explore possible strategies for bringing such subjects to the Indian schools. Anticipating the need for suitable teaching material for the project, we have had large portions of our Study Buddhism website translated into 10 Indian languages. There are many more examples that could be cited where others have also been enlisted and been inspired to help His Holiness fulfill his commitments, like the inauguration of the Mind and Life meetings with scientists in 1987 and the opening of the Serkong Institute in Dharamsala in 2024 to teach logic and debate and how to apply them in the study programs in Western Dharma centers. I hope that as this century unfolds, Our examples will inspire new generations to take further steps to help implement His Holiness's vision for what will be of best benefit for the future. There is no wiser and more compassionate guide for this than His Holiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander Berzin, for your wonderful presentation. Dr. Berzin's presentation involves His Holiness' 4 main commitments and also what he considers 3 important themes that His Holiness, one of which is oneness of humanity, second, bodhicitta and view of emptiness. That second and third may relate to Buddhists alone, but basically the oneness of humanity is something we all need to consider with great importance, because without the oneness of humanity, if we are divided by discriminations and national boundaries and so forth, and prioritize one's own, oneself, one's own community, nation, and fail to address the interdependency that binds us together, then we have chaos all around the world. So on His Holiness and Dr. Alexander also related his own personal experience with His Holiness, which is actually very precious, and he has also been very active in the Buddhist world in terms of translation and in realizing His Holiness initiatives. And one of his points that he says, His Holiness is someone who, as we say, walks the talk. So he actually implements what he teaches. And Dr. Berzin states that we should follow after His Holiness to keep his legacy alive, which is very important. So if you venerate, revere him, then we should try to be like him. So that is the essence of his talk. Thank you, Dr. Alexander Berzin. And the third panel is third and final. And before I say that, we have 10 minutes of question and answer session for the floor. So we'll open the floor after this third talk. So if you have questions, we have only 10 minutes, so be brief and to the point. Now I would like to invite the third panelist, Dr. Edi Ramawijaya Putra. So he is actually from Indonesia, and he's a Buddhist, he's a rector of Sri Vajra State Buddhist College of Tangerang, Indonesia, and has written many articles, papers in journals and scholarly outlets. He's the chairman of Indonesian Higher Education Institution and has taken part in many distinguished conferences, seminars, and talks, and has also taken part in many interfaith and interreligious forums. So please welcome Dr. Edith Ramaji Wijaya. Please take the dais and give your presentation.
Honorable monks, esteemed parents, distinguished members of the International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, and respected participants, I extend greetings, Namo Buddhaya, Tashi Dele. My name is Edi Ramawijaya Putra. Although my name contains Indian elements such as Rama and Putra, but I am Indonesian origin, a proud Buddhism from Indonesia. But I love India, especially the movie. In Indonesia, Indian movie is a culture. Recently, I have been appointed as a rector of Sriwijaya State Buddhist College of Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia, nearby Jakarta, a government-supported higher education institution operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. So today, as a lecturer and as a professor in the university, I speak merely as a practitioner, and it is a great honor for me to be here in India, celebrating the 90th birthday of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. I have not had a privilege of meeting His Holiness Dalai Lama in person, but I have greatly benefited from studying his biography during my study of Buddhist textbooks in elementary school in Indonesia. So we use the global leaders' exemplary minds as the curriculum subject in Indonesia, including His Holiness Dalai Lama the 14th. The books explain Dalai Lama's life, which serves as an exemplary model of global leadership and compassionate wisdom, the qualities that every student and learners aspire to emulate their own lives. Education actually serves as a cornerstone for shaping lives and societies, indeed. And the teaching of His Holiness Dalai Lama resonated profoundly within the realm of modern educational outcomes. As a global advocate for peace, compassion, and mindfulness, his life philosophy provides a framework for nurturing not only intellectual growth, but also emotional intelligence and ethical awareness in students for today's world and next generation. Furthermore, in today's classroom, the values that championed by His Holiness, such as kindness, tolerance, and interconnectedness, interbeing, can transform the educational experience. For instance, curriculum that integrate mindfulness practitioner mirror his commitment to self-awareness, fostering a sense of inner peace and resilience among learners. These practices have been shown to improve concentration, as well as to alleviate stress in today's highly distracted world and create an environment that is conducive for learning and most suitable for individual to grow. The Dalai Lama's unwavering belief and power of dialogue and understanding aligns seamlessly within the push of global citizenship of education itself. By encouraging students to appreciate and respect diverse perspectives, educators can prepare for them for a world that demands more cooperation, empathy over divisions. These lessons are very vital in cultivating individuals who are not only academically equipped, but also socially conscious and morally grounded. The inclusions of the nonviolence as a principles in education in another area where his teaching holds a very relevance for today's education context. Conflict resolution, war in many areas, in afflicted world areas, and collaborative teamwork exercises reflect his philosophy and help foster harmonious interaction within multicultural learning spaces. This instills crucial life skills, ensuring the students are capable of addressing challenges within the poisonous world and understanding to cooperate to one another. Monks, venerables, education of the heart that is introduced by most venerables, His Holiness Dalai Lama, underscores the profound interconnection between intellectual acumen and spiritual growth. His philosophy advocates the spiritual teaching, often perceived as distinct from conventional educational objectives that must be woven into the fabrication of learning to nurture a truly enlightened individual and learners for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, venerable monks, the Dalai Lama's concept of education of the heart is rooted in the principles of compassion, humility, and inner growth. He continues to contend that education must transcend the transmission for facts and figures, evolving into more mechanistic that fosters humanity's innate virtues. For instance, teaching compassion alongside academic subjects not only enhances interpersonal skills, but also instills the sense of being responsible to our society and toward others. A vital attribute of today's interconnected world, this approach ensures that students emerge not only capable of professionals, but also empathetic individuals who can contribute positively to society. Moreover, Venerables and ladies and gentlemen, respected participants, spiritual teachings encourage moments of self-reflection, not only look for the invention, and mindfulness alongside learners to explore the inner selves while connecting with the world around them. By incorporating practice like this, the student will be sweep away their ignorance. Meditation can be walking practice that can be cultivated in their everyday lives, more gratitude to be exercised into the curriculum. By doing this, educators can create the holistic framework that support emotional resilience, ethical reasoning, and moral reality. In the interconnected approach that His Holiness Dalai Lama thrown with, spiritual education amplifies educational learning rather than competing with others. It lays a foundation for cultivating a peaceful and inclusive mindset, preparing students to navigate the complexities of the global society with wisdom and also compassion. The integration of spiritual teaching within the educational objective exemplifies the Dalai Lama's vision for an education system that nurtures hearts, minds, and also surroundings, as well as the environmental ethics. And thereby, we can produce more individuals that equipped, that lead them to be more intellect and also take care of their humanity. In conclusion, this legacy of His Holiness Dalai Lama the 14th serves as an inspiring guide for integrating values-based approaches into education system. By embracing his teaching, educators can create outcomes and also knowledge and also wisdom to the two purpose of education, which is not merely about the subject matters, but also to cultivate humanity, fostering global harmony as a spiritual guide of millions and billions of people. So his life's work transcends boundaries, leaving the indelible mark of our today's humanity. His Holiness Dalai Lama the 14th teaching transcend cultures and religious boundaries and offering universal principles that resonate us with the global connection. The values of compassion, such as mindfulness and interconnectedness, makes us aware that the life should be enriched with the irrespective of culture and ideological backgrounds. By emphasizing this to the all beings, his philosophy encourages global communities to embrace shared humanity, whether addressing environmental challenge or maybe climate change, to advocate human rights, promoting mental well-being, and this teaching over practical solutions that are equally relevant to all school systems all over the world. The last but not least, for educators today, or maybe as parents at home, this universality underscores the importance of integrating such as principles into curricula that cater multicultural student body, instilling sense of global citizenship and also mutual responsibility. In today's fragmented world, most venerables and distinguished participants, the Dalai Lama's spiritual legacy provides a framework for building bridge across divided religions, background, cultural, and political. His teaching inspires individuals to cultivate kindness, empathy, and dialogue, like today we are doing that hosted by the IBC. Creating societies that prioritize collectively harmony or individual that gain universal application to this philosophy. The Dalai Lama's teaching on kindness, tolerance, and interconnectedness offer transformative insights for our education, emphasizing mindfulness, and offer transformative insights for education that emphasize on mindfulness, dialogue, and nonviolence. These values, however, directly connect to the key of the Sustainable Development Goals as offered by the United Nations. Quality of education, good health and well-being, justice, partnership, and collaborative movement are the goals that can only be achieved if the school system embed practice of compassion, love all, not hate all. This can further serve as a platform to reimagine systems that nurture well-rounded individuals that are equipped to navigate global complexities with strong empathy. This legacy sounds very simple, but encompasses universal principles that can transcend cultural identity and political boundaries while inspiring harmony and cooperation, achieve a moral sustainable for the more compassionate world in the future. Thank you for your attention. Dayanabad, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, Dr. Eddie Rama Vijayaputra, for your comprehensive talk about His Holiness' contributions. You begin with secular ethics and then touch how transformative pedagogy, the phrase educating the heart, has been taken seriously by others, and His Holiness really encourages us to educate our heart, not just the intellect, because if you are very intelligent and in absence of compassion, your intelligence could be devastating in many cases. And then I also would like to point out that he says His Holiness was spiritually driven for intellectual growth, and he said this intellectual growth should nurture oneself properly, and this nurturing of oneself properly, intellectually, should then be able to extend to others, for the benefit of others. And he's also touched His Holiness talk about social awareness, appreciation of others. We often do not appreciate what we have, and as a result, we are materially driven by material thirst for more materialistic gain. So His Holiness usually say we have one body and one mind, and because we have only one body, we have limited needs. But if we heed to our desire, then it's limitless. And then he also spoke about fostering inclusivity and reducing prejudice, which is actually basically the same as oneness of humanity. If we are able to address the oneness of humanity, as His Holiness called, the world is actually our bigger home. We have smaller homes, and then we have our globe, the whole earth, as our bigger home. So if somehow something happens on the other side of the globe now, because of interdependence, we are all influenced. So thank you very much, Dr. Eddie Ramaja Vijayaputra. And I would like to open the floor for questions. And please be brief and to the point. And if you have any questions to any of the three panelists, please raise your hand. Yes, please. Do you have a mic, please? One mic here. And you have a mic in front of you, all of the three panelists, so please use the mic to answer the question.
Audible? Yeah. First of all, I would like to pay my sincere homage to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and all the esteemed members of the Sanghahood gathered here. I'm Yeshidawa, a researcher at the 108 Peace Institute. My question is to Professor Geshe Lobsang Nigella. Personally, I'm very much touched by the role of compassion. So I would always follow His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's analogy of compassion to water, something that is indispensable in our survival. So the question that I would like to ask is, how could we incubate compassionate leaders for tackling the problems that we face today and for the generations to come? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And the work you do with the research is really important. This is what His Holiness, when he encouraged, he has written extensively and encouraged to bring these inner skills in education. Because unless we can introduce and provide these skills from the very young age, from kindergarten through all the way to the high school and higher education, I think it would be very hard to see future leaders embodying the very values like compassion, kindness, inclusiveness, all the values that we want to see in our leaders. So I would say that, like many other programs are doing, what is known as the secular ethics or the sea learning is a program that is intended to inculcate those values, a very kind of age-appropriate way. I would say that anyone interested in looking at how to bring that into school or their children, please do take a look at the sea learning. And you can go at sealearning.emory.edu. Thank you so much.
Yes, please, sir, on this side. Can you please bring the mic here? Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to commend IBC for organizing such a wonderful celebration of the 90th birthday of His Holiness. Of course, we need his compassion, his philosophy. But, my question as an ordinary human being, in today's world, we are heavily influenced by technology. We are overpowered by artificial intelligence. Most of our actions, despite being aware of the futility, tend to resort to violence, conflict for resolution. And the constant conflict between heart and mind. Mind says something else, heart says something else. And the Buddhist philosophy, of course, ably propounded by His Holiness, works for the human ethos of compassion, peace. Where do you see Buddhist teachings and those of His Holiness 10 years from now?
He hasn't mentioned any particular panelists, so all of you are open to answer to this. What do you see the role of Buddhism in this conflicting world?
But in 10 or 20 years from now? Because I don't think the world will change so much in the coming, with the leaders in North America, with the leaders in Europe resorting to their own.
Predicting the future basically is quite difficult, but given that now we have huge followers of His Holiness all around the world. For example, Gandhiji's ahimsa is still active even when Gandhiji is no longer there. So even if physically His Holiness is not so active as he used to be, still I hope that his students, his followers, people who appreciate him all around the world, and people who are involved in this sea learning initiatives and so forth, they will be able to contribute to world peace in some way. But as His Holiness says, the first school for compassion is your home. Your parents are the one who teaches you compassion first. So each of you, except the monastic, I am sure many of you are parents and you have your children. So the responsibility for educating the hearts of your children rests equally on you, and not on just, His Holiness says, I'm just one individual. So His Holiness actually during one of his talks with in Bihar, he says, just by praying, we cannot realize things. So if you really want to solve problems, it comes through the able hand of the Chief Minister. He's only said that. So it comes through the able hand of people who follow to realize His Holiness initiative, global peace. We all have equal responsibilities. This is my own thought, and if you want to add something, please.
I think that what will carry on into the future are the actual written words of His Holiness. His Holiness has written over 100 books, and these have a very wide distribution. Change will come about, as His Holiness always says, on the individual level. As we develop inner peace within ourselves, that this spreads to our neighbors and so on. And this is actually the main approach that we can do. I can see from our Study Buddhism website, we have a growing and growing audience. Last year, over 3 million people read this. articles on Buddhism through this website, and it grows more and more and more. So as the message of Buddhism spreads around to more people, more languages, we have 37 languages, that message will go from the grassroots up to larger scale.
I will be really brief. The question is really important, that at times when we see the world with such heightened levels of divisions, and it's hard to have hope what would be in the future. So I share your sentiment, but at the same time, His Holiness the Dalai Lama often reminds us that change comes slowly, as Dr. Berzin mentioned. We should look for 50 years. His Holiness has several times, I remember saying that the work we are doing, it's a real measurable impact we could expect 80, 90 years down. But that's not to say that changes are not happening now. For example, I'll just give you a quick example. This social, emotional, and ethical learning, that's providing children the tools to manage their emotions, manage their relationship with other children and teachers and parents, bring this discernment to have the decisions or the responses that are more constructive. It's making an impact. For example, I was in Junjunu, in Rajasthan a couple of years ago, where C-learning, social emotional learning program has been implemented. I visited a school, and the principal, the teachers, the students, even the parents, they said that having introduced C-learning in the school, they see a day and night difference. So much so that there was one student, 14 years old, they said that this student was so explosive, so angry, so disruptive, and no one liked in his class. No one liked him in his class. Having introduced C-learning to this student, now he says that he has tools to manage those emotions, and he is liked by the students. He's one of the star students now. Parents told us that two parents, they had their children sent to private schools because in India, as usual perception, the public schools don't have the good education. But in Junjunu, when the C-learning was brought, these parents were hearing that these public school children are really doing well. And so they waited for a while, but then they kept hearing, and so much so that they can actually see the change. So they took their children out from the private school and put in the private to the public school. These are the changes I think that we can see the small on individual level, maybe the individual organization level, but I think that 10 years from now, I think we can really see this some, not just little ripples, maybe some form of waves. And then for that to really become a big revolution, it will take time. Thank you for your question.
Well, I'd just like to add some more comments. Well, in my opinion, we should start to transform the presence of His Holiness Dalai Lama not as a merely individual being identity, but as a symbolized of interconnectedness, tolerance, stability, and resilience. I think the homework that we need to take care from now on is how to engage world by the stakeholders to keep these symbols of tolerance, compassion, and stability can be preserved and can be implemented in the school education system, maybe parenting system, or world system. By doing this, we might consider that 10 years later, well, if the world doesn't care, no problem, but we should start care that this legacy should be sustained and should be preserved. By digital areas, we can do this pair of things very easily, and we should start it now. And in my opinion, the most things that we have to tackle right now is this symbol should be preserved as an universal movements or identities, rather than just legacies, for example, for Tibetan people or merely Buddhist people, but for all over the planets and the sentient beings that want to live in stable and more compassionate life and living. Thank you.
So one last question. Yes, please.
I am Professor Uday Kumar from Acharya Nagar University, Department of Buddhist Studies, Andhra Pradesh. My question is Professor Alexander Bergin, as he pointed out 4 points, secular ethics and universal values and religious harmony, and finally about environment, mind, all the things he pointed out. We are in a different society where our neighbor society are not in a peaceful. They have war, they have misunderstanding, they have different border issues. In this context, how we can, Buddhism is having 2,500 year history, having contributing lot of ethicals and motivations, mind changing, compassion, teaching, all the environmentals are activities are going on. How do you contribute to establish such a problematic society, to establish a peaceful harmony or religious harmony in this contemporary context?
His Holiness has said that a great deal of disharmony that you find among the various religions is because of lack of information, that the different traditions don't really, the followers of them don't really have a clear idea at all about what are the teachings of the other religions. As His Holiness says, the common basis of all religions is love, compassion, forgiveness, patience, all the basic universal values that we all share. The only thing that one can do to bring about harmony is to try to bring more education, whether it's in the schools, whether it is in social media, whatever media can be used. This is the only way, but it's very difficult to change people. People have to be open-minded, and our expectations need to be realistic, that change comes about, as I said, on the individual level, and on a larger scale, it can only go from the grassroots up. So more information, correct information, not disinformation, is very important.
Thank you, Dr. Bergin. And now I just want to briefly give a feedback and an answer to your question. And then after that, I think everyone is now hungry. We are already at 1:30, so we'll break for lunch, and then we'll have the second session after that. Now, resolving the issue of water distribution and others between two communities, this is how, from a Buddhist perspective, this can be done. So now when we have the practice of compassion, meditative practice of compassion, the first practice entails practicing equanimity, which means others' interest is as important as your interest is. So accepting that others are as important and their concern is as important as your concern. So if both sides have this kind of understanding that we need to survive side by side, and taking into account the interests of both, if there is a way to engage in dialogue with one another, I'm sure definitely you'll come to a solution. So on that note, now we'll disperse for lunch. So yes, please.
I just would like to add, as a word of optimism about this, that His Holiness, for example, asked us personally to make information about Buddhism available to the Islamic world and to have all our material translated into the major Islamic languages. That's 7 different languages. And also to make information about the Islamic teachings on love and compassion, make that available in the Buddhist languages of the Buddhist countries, and we've done that. And these materials actually have quite a wide audience. And as a very interesting, wonderful example for that is that just about 1 week before America and Israel bombed Tehran, I was asked by a group at Tehran University to give a Zoom lecture, which I did, about Buddhism, that there was a group in Iran that had a great interest in learning more about Buddhism and how it was differed in the different countries. So it does have an effect by making information available.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was our first session of panel discussion, the spiritual teachings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, relevance in the 21st century. We are grateful to all the panelists, eminent scholars, Dr. Eddie Rama Vijaya Putra, Rector Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College, Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia. We are thankful to you. Dr. Alexandra Bajin, a prominent Buddhist scholar and occasional interpreter for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama from USA. He was here with us. We also had Geshe Lapsang Tenzing Negi, Executive Director, Center for Contemplative Science and Compassion-Based Ethics, Emory University, USA. And this session was moderated by Geshe Novang Sonam from the Office of His Holiness. So please put your hands together to express our gratitude to all the panelists and the moderator. Thank you very much for being part of this session, and we are thankful to you also. I will request all of you who have not taken the lunch, please join us for lunch. This is a break for 45 minutes because we have already exceeded the time. So we will try to squeeze the in between where we can. So please be back in 45 minutes. I'm requesting all of you to please join for the lunch. Thank you very much.
Sangha members, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are about to start the second session. He has been received. I know he's brought inside 5 minutes back. मैं start कर देती हूँ. Good afternoon, everyone. We've all gathered here today to celebrate the glorious 90 years of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, spiritual wisdom and global relevance. Our second panel discussion today is on quantum physics, neuroscience, and Buddhism. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama has famously said that Buddha Dhamma could be categorized into three parts: science, philosophy, and religion. And that of these, the last is a matter of Dharamshala, India. And our third panelist is Professor Shishi, visiting professor at National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore, India. Panelists, may I please request to take your place on the dais? Everybody standing at the back, please sit down. We are just awaiting the moderator. He's about to reach, and we'll start the proceedings. This is our second panel discussion on quantum physics, neuroscience, and Buddhism. Our moderator for this session is Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah. Panelist 1 is Professor Sion Rimon. The second panelist is Geshe Lagdor. And the third panelist is Professor Shishir Roy. Over to you, Geshe-la.
Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I'd like to truly apologize for my being a little late. And as we already know, that this is a great day and a great year, commemorating the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Respected venerable monks, the nuns, and all the dignitaries. And here we have the speakers for the second panel. And I'd like to begin with my a little bit of an intro of what this panel is all about. So here we see that of the several panels that we have, this is a very important panel. With respect to the vision of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the need for the modern science and Buddhist philosophy, and to make it even more broader, the philosophy in general, the human knowledge and modern science to come together. So having said this, as stipulated by UNO, SDG 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development, growth of the civilization is marked by the growth in the cognitive sophistication of the human beings. So today, 21st century AD, we see that the cognitive development, this has reached to such a height of advancement that the human, if we speak about the human civilization, this is thus far incredible great success story for the humanity. At the same time, we see that the world is not perfect. At the same time, we see that the world is going downturn with respect to the crisis, the problems, the wars, the conflicts, domestic violence, and so forth. So His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I remember 2008, when His Holiness was addressing a public gathering in USA. A question was asked at the end of the discourse as to where are we going wrong? While the modern education has climbed to such a height of development, But we see that there's a decline in the world peace, decline in the moral values of the humanity. Where are we going wrong? This was a question asked to His Holiness. So with this, His Holiness, without second thought, responded that it's all because of the lack of development, lack of emphasis on the development of the heart. While the human being should be seen as a holistic entity with the body and the mind, where you require material developments for your bodily the facilities, we also require heart development for the ease of the mind. So His Holiness, since that long, since many years ago, His Holiness has been emphasizing on the need for us to include within the modern education the curriculum on developing the heart. So today we see that the second panel, the panel on modern science and Buddhist philosophy. So this is the right session which can greatly contribute to this flourishing of the humanity, His Holiness's vision to be put into application. So let me quickly explain to you what this modern science is all about. Modern science, in the first place, why modern science? Why other literary education like philosophy, psychology, and so forth? Why? So 0.3 million years ago, since the coming to being of the Homo sapiens, human beings, initially it was like early men, early women, and gradually developed to what we are today. So on what basis we see that we are civilized? Is for the reason, as I said, as I indicated earlier, there's a cognitive development, cognitive sophistication, which developed over the last 0.3 million years. So within that, we see that with respect to the, as His Holiness indicated, that modern education, while it is focused on the development of the brain, His Holiness argues that this is a remnant of the Industrial Revolution. So now, unlike what was at the time of the Industrial Revolution, where whosoever has the material development, your country can invade, can conquer the world, is for this reason that Britishers, or the Great Britain, is said to have no sunset in Great Britain because of the Industrial Revolution. Now is a different time. His Holiness argues that on top of the brain development, we also need to inculcate the heart development, missing of which the present crisis can never be solved. So His Holiness advocates the need to include programs to bring about heart development. For example, even today is the era where what we inherited. We inherited the legacy of the Industrial Revolution. How do we know that? If in a school, in the best of the schools today, if you say 2 plus 3 equals 5, everybody applauds you. Whereas if you say 2 plus 3 equals 5-ish, nobody will applaud you, even if you have the capacity to become the second Mahatma Gandhi. Nobody will count you as somebody, will simply disqualify you. So from this, we clearly see that what His Holiness advocates as the need for programs to include the development for heart into the modern education curriculum. This is something which we need to put effort in. And IBC has a great capacity to do that, and thus far, what IBC has been doing is greatly admirable. So this is one area where we think for the good of the humanity, for the good of the nation, for the good of the family members, each of the family. So this vision of His Holiness to include the programs to develop the heart into the modern education system is something to be considered. And also that considering on the level of the UNO is so important for the world, for the UNO to adopt this program, Universal Ethics, program of Universal Ethics, that it must be introduced in all of the world, not only in just one place, or not just only happening on the grassroots level, but must be happening from the top down. So this is something which I'm sure that many other institutions, for example, like Emory University, and likewise the IBC, I'm sure that we can put effort to pressure the UNO to adopt this, to be included as a program, in a modern education program, the program to develop the heart in the minds of the youngsters. So, to make it very quick, we see that the human, the participation in the world, so that is purely done by your mind, and the Buddha emphasized so much on the workings of the mind. So where modern science, parallel to what the Buddha taught, modern science, we see that there's one section of modern science which talks about the ontology, to explain what the ontological reality is. In this regard, physics developed. With the advent of modern physics, particularly quantum physics and relativity theory. So today we have Professor Cecil Roy, who is a brilliant quantum physicist and a brilliant physicist who I've been knowing for the last more than 20 years. He's speaking on that. And also we have Professor Sion Raman. He's also going to speak on this modern physics with respect to the measurement of the time from the point of view of the physics, comparing that with the Buddhist epistemological studies. So this is where modern science is trying to explore the ontological reality. And then Buddhist philosophy is discussing as to what constitutes ontological reality. Alongside, there's neuroscience, which talks about the workings of the brain to explain the emotions. And parallel to that, in Buddhist philosophy, in the Buddhist teachings, there's a tremendous emphasis on the study of psychology and epistemology. So we see that these are the two areas where we can look for ways and means to see the parallels. And of course, His Holiness's approach is that we should not be only looking for the parallels, we should also look at the points of divergence. Where you see the points of divergence, there should not be a reason for us to see the conflict, but should be seen as the areas to learn from each other. And so, with this in mind, so we see that in the human community, this is so important for, as I said earlier, the quality of the human community is marked by the development of the sophistication of the cognitive side of the brain, as well as the affective side of your compassion. So with this in mind, so today we have 3 panelists here, and earlier we're supposed to be having 4, including Professor Richard Davidson, and for some reasons he could not turn up for this. So first of all, we have Professor Sion Raman, and Professor Sion Raman, who I've been knowing for the last many years. And in fact, 2 of us, we had the same teacher. And just for information, this is where the modern science and the Buddhist spirituality merge together. Just for information, we see that Professor Sion Raman, one time, that was many years ago, perhaps like 30, 40 years, if not 40 years, 35 years ago, that he was always with our teacher, Venerable Genlamrim Rinpoche, and the one time, given that he was constantly bothering Genlamrim Rinpoche by visiting him every day, one day he asked Genlamrim Rinpoche, if you don't feel too bothered by me visiting you every day. My teacher said that, yes, you are bothering me, but better it is that you bother me than not coming to me at all. So this is a compassion which His Holiness is talking about, the need to inculcate the education, to educate the heart as a program to be included in modern education. So with this in mind, Professor Sion Raman is an emeritus professor and is active in human cognition research. He was born in India and lives in Seattle, USA. He obtained his BSc honors from the Indian Institute of Science and Bangalore and a PhD from the University of Utah in the fields of laser physics and quantum optics. He has held faculty positions at the University of Washington, Seattle, USA, and the Reykjavik University in Iceland. At present, he is an affiliate professor at the University of Washington. He is involved in the development of EEG-based neurobackfeed and brain stimulation techniques to treat brain disorders such as epilepsy, anxiety, and memory disorders. His interests also include Buddhist philosophy, and he has been studying primary root texts for nearly 40 years. And the topic that he's going to discuss on is very interesting. It may be a little technical with respect to measuring the time of the cognitive thought processes from the point of view of the Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist psychology, or epistemology, and from the point of view of the physics. So we all welcome Professor Sion Raman. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Geshe-la, for giving me a chance to speak here. Also, I would like to thank the conference organizers to giving me a chance, and thank the audience, which consists of all the monks and many professional people, as well as the audience, for letting me speak here. And topic of my talk is to look into the interaction of science and Buddhist philosophy and how that compare with the timing in the brain. And my inspiration came listening to Dalai Lamaji's teachings quite often, and that's where I began to look into whether we could use neuroscience and physics into looking into visual cognition, how you visualize things, what the timings are, and how they match with what people talk about in Buddhist philosophical texts. So that's where my main focus will be. So moving forward, these two books, which are well known, I went to some of the talks of Mind Life conferences, and also listening to Dalai Lamaji. Whenever he gives teachings, he always mentions quantum physics and many applications of that into formation of matter and cognition. And so this book is a very good example, a universe in a single atom. And most of the people have read it. Then there is a recent book came out about looking into Indian Buddhist classical texts, and that book also is very inspiring and worth reading. So from these inspirations, and based on my background, I began to look into what the mental time frames might be and how they compare with the neuroscience. So just to summarize, Buddhist meditators, long time ago, before we had any clocks, so they used timing of a finger snap and the duration of a day and night. Those are the only two things they had. And now using the present modern clocks, we know that one day and night has 24 hours, so you can figure it out what the time frames might be. So based on those two measurements, and with our modern time frame of clocks, we can begin to compare what these things might be. Now, the Buddhist time frames, they are very well described by Vasubandhu, and also they are described in Chandrakirti's text of Madhyamika philosophy, and they were all formulated long time ago, more like a 500 Common Era. So look, reading through these books, you might find one quantity which is often mentioned in the books. It is called instant or chana in Sanskrit, and its duration based on the modern clocks is about 13.33 millisecond, where millisecond is 1,000th of a second. And so it's a very short time. And that is what a lot of people trying to measure, and this is what we try to do also. Okay, so from that moment, definition of an instant and definition of a timing of a finger snap, you can derive many other quantities which are also listed in Buddhist philosophical texts. And with our modern time frames, one finger snap comes out to be about 0.8 seconds long, and time to complete a mental action is about same as a finger snap, but that doesn't mean finger snap is same as the time to complete a mental action. Completing a mental action will be like I'm looking at an object. How I visualize it, how I interpret it, how I recognize it, and then I say, now I know what the object is. That will be a one complete mental action. Okay, so similarly, thought moment is slightly shorter than the mental action. Thought moment will be how a thought arises in your mind. Those will be. And one human reflection will be like a mental action, then how you compare, how you store it into the memory. And so from there, we can figure it out how they match with the measurement. So let's look at the measurement. Measuring finger snap is very simple. All you have to do is normal finger snapping and just use a digital timer and measure it. So we did that, and it comes out to be very similar to what Buddhist people are talking about. And so that's the one example. Other example will be the cognition time frame. For that, you had to collect the EEG data. And so here you can see one subject, which happens to be me. And so from there, I can look at the EEG data on top of my head. Back of the head is where visual activity happens. Beyond that, you begin to search for name and form in the language and memory, and its emotional response in the frontal area of the brain. So these things play a very important role. So looking at the data, the classical way to look at the data is to look at EEG alone, like how much EEG power is. But there are some newer ways to look at the data, which is known as a cortical phase transition. And the cortical phase transition generally refers to what the brain is doing before the EEG you measure on the surface of the head. So if I look at the cortical phase transition, the phase of the brain is changing all the time, and it flips. And so what is the duration of the time before it flips, gives a measure of a phase transition, and those activities actually in a much larger area of the brain, and that's what is important. Biomarker to study the brain activity. Classical as well as a lot of in Buddhist philosophical time frame. Okay, so now jumping into modern measurements, looking at EEG, the top line shows you a lot of bumps. These bumps refer to different part of the brain, how they are analyzing the signal, and these there are different stages. So like you see the object, you have this initial impression, then you try to figure it out, its shape and form and name, and then suddenly you say, yeah, I know what it is. And that is the eureka moment, recognizing. And then you verify, and then you return to the background activity. The total time to recognize these things is about 0.88 second, and that matches very well what people talk in Buddhism. So here I have superimposed Buddhist terminology on the insight moments. So looking from the Buddhist side, you can see like a visual generalities are happening first, then you search for its name and form or Arth Saman, and then what you call mental action is actually 0.86 seconds, which is very similar to what EEG or neuroscience is saying. And one human reflection will be a complete action of visualizing an object and seeing it, and that comes out to be very similar. And then we also studied these insight moments or time to recognize an object for normal subjects as well as for subjects who have a slight training in Vipassana meditation. Now here Vipassana meditation is from Goenka side, not Vipassana from the Mahayana side. Those same terminology but different description. So we just have to be aware. So we're not talking about Vipassana from Mahayana, not like a Laktung, but it is more like from Vipassana from the Theravadan side. And what we found that people who have a slight training in Vipassana, their object recognition time frames are fast. They can recognize slightly faster. So like a 0.83 for normal, 0.7 seconds for Vipassana subjects. And that is a big finding. We haven't had time to write this thing, but we are in the middle of publishing it. Okay, now, if there is anybody who is a neuroscientist sitting in the audience, then you will be very happy with this slide. Otherwise, just ignore it. It's not necessary. But for the fun of it, the blue line is for normal, red line is for the Vipassana subjects. And if you look at the second slide, second plot in the middle, you can see big oscillatory line. That is where Vipassana subjects are recognizing the object and comparing it with the memory. There you can see big oscillation. And normal subjects, not too much difference over the whole time cycle. I'm running out of time. So, similar to that, the phase transition for a normal and meditative subject happens, and phase transition are very slow or very fast for a meditative subject. So, I'm going to skip this slide, but in general, it is very subjective. You can control the firing of neurons by thinking, and that controls the flow of currents inside the cell. So combining all these things, timing is very subjective, and you can use this thing to develop techniques to treat mental disorder. So here, what we are proposing is you can develop a neuromodulation device based on EEG. I can show you the EEG profile normal, and when you begin to change your behavior based on generosity or moral behavior or patience, then you can see your anxiety-filled brain is slowly becoming as a normal brain. And this way it opens up a way to treat many types of mental disorders. And if you don't mind my saying so, entire Buddhist teachings are neurofeedback. Like when Buddhist teachings will say, okay, change your behavior from negative to positive thinking, it is a neurofeedback. So Buddha was a great neurofeedback scientist. Okay, so due to lack of time, I will just touch very briefly. We talk about luminous nature of mind, where it is clairvoyant, where it can be at many places at the same time, and do these things. So, long time ago, like in 1980s, we developed some theories based on physics of faster than light, and also time is multidimensional and complex. Within that framework, concept of past, present, and future disappear. On one time axis, you have past, present, future, but on a different time axis, there is no concept like this. So every phenomena is present all over. Every distinction between past, present, and future disappears. So you could be anywhere at any time. So quantum entanglement, and you can be clairvoyant, or you can be at many places. So I'm sorry for speaking longer, so now I need to shut up. Thank you. Okay, my slides are gone, but my last slide was to say 90th anniversary celebration of the Dalai Lama Ji, and I like to wish him a very long life, and in my mind, he is an embodiment of Avalokiteshvara, and hope he lives for a long time, and he guides us with his wisdom as the time comes along. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sion Raman. Thank you so much. And in fact, I personally would say that, of course, it is purely my naivety that I didn't really get the opportunity to interact with many physicists. But amongst the physicists who I met, perhaps Professor Sion's way of doing the calculation, comparing, doing the comparative studies of what the time is, particularly the cognitive, as the cognitive event, how the mind cognizes in the event and what time your brain takes to cognize one particular event versus what is taught in Buddhist philosophy, comparing these two things in great detail. This is something which I've been hearing from Professor Sion years ago from our friendship, and we've been inviting him to give talks, lectures, and attend conferences in Tibet House. So one thing that I also like to bring to your attention is that there's one very standard position of seeing things in the light of one instant, what is seen as shana in Sanskrit, and the one instant. What do you mean by one instant? This is something which, in a very generic sense, being explained in Buddhist and the psychology and also the cognitive, the science of Buddhism. Meanwhile, we also need to acknowledge that there's a mention, a very standard text, about within a short span of time, what Professor Sion indicated as 13.33 millisecond interval of time. Within that, 173 events can take place, not just one event. This is, of course, on a very high level plane of reality of the trained Bodhisattva practices, what is known as the 173 moments, activities of the mind to cognize the 173 topics without altering the sequence within a span of like what is known as the 13.33 millisecond. So I'm sure that there are many questions coming from the Buddhist scholars and likewise the scientists. So we'll leave it at the end of the three panelists. And if time permits, we'll be happy to entertain your questions. Thank you so much. So next we have the Venerable Geshe Lhagdollah. And Geshe Lhagdollah, let me quickly read his biography. Geshe Lhagdollah has served His Holiness the Dalai Lama as his translator and religious assistant since 1989. A distinguished Buddhist scholar, Geshe Lhagdollah was the English translator for His Holiness. He has co-produced several books by the Dalai Lama. As director of the Library of Tibetan Books and Archives in Dharamsala, Geshe facilitates the Science for Monks program and shares his own expertise as a scholar of science and philosophy. Geshe is trustee of the Foundation of Universal Responsibility established by His Holiness. He is also the director of the Central Archive of His Holiness and a member of the advisory board of the Institute of Tibetan Classics in Montreal, Canada. He is now the director of the Library of Tibetan Books and Archives in Dharamsala, India, and head of the Science Education Project. From 1976 to 86, he studied specialized Buddhist philosophy in the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, Dharamsala, and received the Mastery of Prajnaparamita in 82. He also received the Master of Madhyamaka in 89, and Geshe Lhagdollah has been an ordinary professor at the University of British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada. In 2008, he was also conferred an ordinary professorship by the University of Delhi, Department of Psychology. And yes, of course, we talked about, so Professor Sion talked about how to measure the time with respect to the specifications indicated by the Buddhist, the cognitive science, and the modern science. So here we have Geshe Lhagdollah, who's going to speak more on what constitutes ontological reality. from Buddhist point of view, what is known as the emptiness, shunyata, and parallel to that is dependent origination, and then from the quantum physics point of view, the observer-based reality. So here, the stage is yours, Geshe Abdullah, and in 30 minutes, I will indicate, so requested you to wind up your speech. Thank you.
Sungdun Jogwe Lam Checher Sense Kanje Denungo Chana Pemo Tintin Josolo Sovan Debso Shendun Lundu Show. If I may try to translate what I said in Tibetan, this is one shloka which is requesting His Holiness to live long and fulfill all his wishes, because His Holiness is the one who taught us this integrated practice of compassion and wisdom for the well-being of all sentient beings. First of all, I really would like to congratulate and appreciate this amazing organization done by IBC. I can almost go to the extent of saying that what you have organized is almost spotless in every aspect. I've been watching. I'm a keen observer. So let us please clap for the IBC. Second, I have some confessions to make. I am neither a scholar on quantum physics, nor a scholar on neuroscience, not even a scholar on Buddhism. In many cases, because of my association with His Holiness, it happens that I have to organize many things related to science, related to secular learning, and so forth. And then thereby people get the impression, oh, he must be knowledgeable on science, he must be knowledgeable on secular ethics, he must be knowledgeable on Buddhism, which I'm not. But I have this keen interest to try to touch the life of common people. And among all of you, highly educated group, maybe 2, 3 who must have listened to my online talks. So this is what I'm going to repeat. And then also, as you can see, when I start speaking, you can see nothing on the screen. So I'm trying to follow emptiness. This is just a joke, but I'm not good in. Number one, this is due to laziness. Number two, I'm not good in technology. So many reasons, many excuses are there. But let me ask you a simple question that I always ask. Although this is not very polite to ask such question to such highly educated group. But for the sake of fun, I'm going to ask this question. Do you all want happiness? Say it loudly. Yes. For how many days? Huh? Only today. Forever. So I'm sorry to say, this is what I ask people all the time. This is important because although when we sit down and think and reflect, then we all say, yes, I want happiness as long as possible. But this is not the way we live. In our regular life, it looks we don't want, forget about long-lasting happiness, it looks like we don't even want happiness. So we need to remind ourselves again and again. And this is exactly what I think His Holiness is trying to do. His Holiness is basically saying all the problems, sufferings that you are encountering are basically because of ignorance. All the sufferings and problems that you are encountering are actually unnecessary suffering. Unnecessary suffering means if you had undergone a little bit of study, a little bit of practice, there will be less suffering, there will be less problem. This is what I want to reiterate today. Why should we study science, neuroscience? Why should we study quantum physics? Why should we thereby study emptiness? Why? These are not just for philosophical, intellectual exercises. Through such a study, the objective and aim is that we become a better human being. How can we become a better human being? By studying neuroscience and physics and quantum physics and emptiness and so forth. Because as far as I'm concerned, I believe that if you understand the law of nature, which in Buddhism is called true truth, conventional truth, ultimate truth, but I try to make it simple. If you understand the law of nature, live in accordance with the law of nature, your life will be much better. That's why in Buddhism we repeatedly talk about impermanence, which is law of nature. We talk about suffering, which is law of nature. We talk about interdependent origination, which is law of nature. We talk of emptiness, which is law of nature. This is not something the Buddha invented. These are all there for ages. But we turn a blind eye on this truth and reality, and we want to live a life according to our whims and wishes. We keep on seeing what we want to see, not what we should be seeing. We keep on doing the same thing which we want to do, not what we should be doing. That's the problem. If you want to do the same thing, see the same thing, samsara is the best. Problem is the best. Suffering is the best. Because it is in this area that you are familiar. So therefore, His Holiness repeatedly making so much effort in making this collaborative effort with the scientists and so forth is to gain special insight so that we are able to at least reduce our problem sufferings. Now, I think most of you are quite familiar with his own thinking because all the preceding speakers have been talking about that. In order to support this, I would like to make some quotations here. This is a small piece by Ellen Lightman on science and spirituality, where he says, "The blind dogmatism of religion and the vain certitude of science, a sentiment articulated by some of history's greatest minds, from Einstein to Ada Lovelace to Isaac Asimov, all the way back to Galileo, and one that Carl Sagan echoed a decade later, 3 months before his death, where he wrote, the notion that science and spirituality are somehow mutually exclusive does a disservice to both. Because to me, science more or less represents human body. Spirituality or Buddhism represents more of human mind. So discussing and talking between Buddhism and science, or spirituality or science, is really talking between body and mind. You need to take care of both of your body and mind. Yet, centuries after Galileo and the essayist, writing today, the very first person to receive dual appointments in science and humanity at MIT, an extraordinary storyteller, explores in one of the essays in his entrancing new anthology, The Accidental Universe, the world you thought you knew. In that foreword, Lightman recounts attending a lecture by His Holiness the Dalai Lama at MIT, where he heard His Holiness saying, one of the world's, so Ellen goes on saying, one of the world's spiritual leaders sitting cross-legged in a modern temple of science and hearing about the Buddhist concept of shunyata, translated as emptiness, the notion that objects in the physical universe are vacant of inherent meaning and that we imbue them with meaning and value with the thoughts of our own minds. From this, Lightman argues, while adding to history's finest definition of science, arises a central challenge of the human condition. As a scientist, he says, as a scientist, I firmly believe that atoms and molecules are real, even if mostly empty space, and exist independently of our minds. On the other hand, I have witnessed firsthand how distressed I become when I experience anger or jealousy or insult, all emotional states manufactured by my own mind. So that's why we always say, Whether you want happiness or suffering, the choice is yours. It is in your hand. That is what he also says. The mind is certainly its own cosmos. Even in old books, like Milton's Paradise Lost, where he says the mind can make a heaven of hell or hell of heaven. In our constant search for meaning in this baffling and temporary existence, trapped as we are within our 3 pounds of neurons, it is sometimes hard to tell what is real. We often invent what is not there or ignore what is there. We try to impose order both in our minds and in our conceptions of external reality. We try to connect. We try to find truth. We dream and we hope. And underneath all of these strivings, we are haunted by the suspicion that what we see and understand of the world is only a tiny piece of the whole. Science does not reveal the meaning of our existence, but it does draw back some of the covering, some of the veils. This is what he says. Then if I quote Bertrand Russell, a very famous philosopher, who gives a definition of good life, Russell's definition of that good life remains the simplest and most heartening one I have ever encountered, where he says, see, this is exactly what His Holiness is saying all the time. The good life is one inspired by love and guided by knowledge. Then let me quote Dr. King, Martin Luther King, where he says, the life of the individual has meaning only so far it aids in making the life of every living being nobler and more beautiful. Life is sacred, that is to say, it is the supreme value to which all other values are subordinate. I understood that if I wish to understand life and its meaning, I must not live the life of a parasite, but must live a real life, and taking the meaning, giving to live by real humanity and merging myself in that life. Verify it. Few more quotations regarding today's education. Our whole theory of education, Henry Muller famously lamented, our whole theory of education is based on the absurd notion that we must learn to swim on land before tackling the water. We are not taught how to tackle with your life's problems, right? With its factory schooling model, its biologically unsound schedules, and its failure to account for different types of intelligence, the modern education system leaves much to be denied in terms of encouraging creativity, critical thinking, and hands-on learning. And then Albert Einstein, the value of college education is not the learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think. Now this last one is very, very powerful. A German high school principal sends the following letter to his teachers at the beginning of each school year. So this is saying that education, the so-called, actually not education, so kind of learning that you get is not enough to become a good human being. A German high school principal sends the following letter to his teacher at the beginning of each school year. I am one of the survivors of a concentration camp. My eyes have seen things that no man should see. And what are those? Gas chambers built by well-trained engineers. Engineers means supposed to be educated, and gas chambers are built by them. Children poisoned by well-trained doctors, supposed to be educated. Babies killed with needles by trained nurses. People shot and burned high school and university graduates. Is this what we want to continue? So therefore, I still have 2 minutes. I'll make full use of it. So I really wanted to say, as a parting kind of statement, this is what I've been saying repeatedly. Today, the world population is over 8 billion human population. All this over 8 billion human population are all dead after 100 years counting for today. I'm not saying they will be killed by nuclear bombs and ballistic missiles. Unfortunately, these are all there, but even otherwise. And this is exactly what the Buddha said. His first teaching was on impermanence. Why he said this? So now if you have only 100 years to live, not applicable to all of us because we've already 50, 60 years already lived. So that makes us think what we should be doing for the remaining of the year, bullying each other, exploiting each other, making our life more miserable. So this is what His Holiness is concerned, that we are unfortunately, bringing problem upon ourselves because of lack of knowledge of the truth and the reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe-la Abdullah. Thank you so much. The takeaway, we see that all our problems are rooted to ignorance. This is what he indicated, and that the law of nature, cause and effect, and so forth. These are the things to be discovered, and on that basis, to employ them to see how one can receive the maximum benefit out of this, and the need for the spirituality and modern science together. We see that His Holiness the Dalai Lama, since 1987, His Holiness pioneered this program known as the Mindful Life Conference. Initially, it started as a Mindful Life Conference in 1987. And yes, most of us, I'm not too sure how many of you have actually heard this. His Holiness very clearly indicated that the moment His Holiness initiated this program with Professor Francisco Varela, and today actually we're expecting to have Professor Richard Davidson, who could not turn up. I remember Professor Richard Davidson, he was very young those days. He must be in his, I think, 30s. Professor Francisco Varela. And a question was asked to Professor Francisco Varela by one of the students of Institute of Buddhist Dialectics when I was just 21 years old. Question was asked, the brain and the mind relationship. Is it that the brain dictates the mind, or the mind dictates the brain? This was a very serious question put forth to Professor Francisco Varela, who said that at the moment, according to neuroscience, at the moment, the current belief is that brain dictates the mind. Okay, so with this in mind, the next we have Professor C.C. Roy, and before I read his biography, let me quickly share with you my personal interaction with him. It was like 20 years ago, perhaps like 22, 23 years ago, that the Professor C.C. Roy, he wrote an email to His Holiness the Dalai Lama's office, where he wrote, he had a question, scientific question, and he did not know that who's going to give the answer to this question. He himself is a physicist, a brilliant physicist. To his credit, there are many books. And he had a question on the continuum. And he, in a very naive way, he asked His Holiness, Your Holiness, I have this question. What is the answer to this? How do you account for the continuum of phenomena? Then the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, then the Secretary, Mr. Tenzin Geshe, he forwarded his email to me, saying that, Geshe-la, give answer to this question. So this is how I met him. And then I asked him that your question is not something that I can write, they can answer in 2-3 lines in email. You have to meet me. If you really want to know about this concept, well, as Geshe-la indicated, the two truths, the conventional truth, the ultimate truth, you have to study these two things. If you're truly interested, come to Dibun Losena Monastery. So he and his wife, Dr. Malaji, is she here? Professor C.C. Roy? Dr. Malaji is here. Okay, so two of them jumped to Dibun Losena Monastery, and we spent about like 1 week together studying Buddhist philosophy and me studying physics with him. So it was a brilliant encounter. So we have Professor C.C. Roy, who is a theoretical physicist, and his main field of interest includes foundations of quantum theory, theoretical astrophysics and cosmology, brain function modeling, and high-order cognitive activities, as well as ancient Indian traditions. He's currently visiting professor at NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies, and has been awarded the prestigious senior Homi Baba Fellow by Homi Baba Fellowship Council, Mumbai. He worked as Raman Pai Chair, visiting professor at NIAS till May 2018. And his recent books include Decision Making and Modeling Cognitive Function, Demystifying the Akasha, Quantum Vacuum and Consciousness, and Journey with Professor Ralph Abraham, Understanding the Space-Time and Causality, Modern Physics and Ancient Indian Traditions. And his talk, as what I sense, is that he's going to discuss one very important concept, particularly on a cognitive level. That is, what constitutes the mind? What is consciousness? And how to explain this in the olden time, which is purely subjective, known as qualia, concept of qualia. So he's going to explain in great detail as to how you see the concept of consciousness from the traditional perspective versus the modern science perspective. So Professor Cicero, the stage is yours. Thank you.
The red one is on the next slide, red one.
This is slide change, and this is the laser.
Okay, thank you. I am deeply honored to be here on the occasion of 90th birthday celebration of His Holiness Dalai Lama. And of course, thanks to IBC, especially Geshe Yangchub Choiden, for the invitation to be a panelist here. As Geshe-la mentioned, Geshe-la Dorji Damdul, my moderator, he mentioned that around 2003, being a hardcore quantum physicist by training, I had some epistemological issues which seems to have something parallel in Buddhist philosophy. So I wrote an email, Dharamshala, to His Holiness Dalai Lama, and his office, I thought that he won't care, he don't bother to a physicist like me. But his office sent me an email that yes, there is a young Buddhist monk who can help you, and they arrange a kind of my meetings with senior Buddhist monks in Mungod, Drepung Lojaling Monastery in South India. So myself and my wife went there and spent around 10 days, and along with us, the young Buddhist scholar, now my moderator, Geshe Dorji Damdul, he also went there. So for 10 days, we had intense discussions with him, as well as he acted like an interpreter also when I spoke to senior Buddhist monks. After that, there are many occasions when I met His Holiness Dalai Lama, and my institute, they conferred him the first distinguished fellow in National Institute of Advanced Studies. So we had many occasions to discuss many things. And the issue is that why, being a quantum physicist, I am being involved in this kind of philosophical issues. Before that, let me tell you one. So, what is reality? reality is that Wolf and Pauli, I mean, the whole question comes in quantum physics. As soon as it is discovered in 20th century, the question comes, what is the role of the observer in measuring any kind of parameter in science, in microscopic domain? Why? There is a sensational news in New York Times couple of years before. They said Rashomon effect and quantum reality. What is Rashomon effect? Rashomon is a very famous film of a Japanese film director, Kurosawa. So there, in this film, Kurosawa showed that a samurai was murdered, killed. And police started inquiry, what is the reason and why he has been murdered. So they interviewed many witnesses. And from each witness, they got different response. So what should we do? How should we judge? So the reality, what is the reality? Is the reality observer dependent? This is the question raised by the quantum theory. Quantum theory, what is quantum theory? Quantum theory says that if you break an ordinary object like a stone, part by part, smaller and smaller parts, and you will go to the molecule, you will go to the atom. If you break atom, I mean this atom is different from again what the Indian philosophical school, including Buddhism, what they say about atom. They say Parmanu, but here this atom is breakable. If you break the atom, then you will find smaller elementary entities, what is called electron, proton, neutrons, etc., etc. And the big issue is that how to describe these elementary entities. We have on our hand the Newtonian mechanics. Newton discovered it, and it was thought it can be applicable to understand the behavior of all the entities of the physical universe. But as soon as the elementary entities were discovered, it is found no. This Newton's law is not able to describe the behavior of these microscopic entities, we say like electron, proton, etc. So for that, a new law was discovered, quantum law, and depicted by equation called Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger, who discovered it. As soon as it is discovered, then some new features, some weird features came up. What are these weird or exotic features? Let me tell you one thing. I am now trying to divide my lectures into three parts. One, the why quantum mechanics, what are the concepts which become so weird, and whether it has any connections with some other concepts in philosophy. And today, I am trying to describe with the concept from Tibetan Buddhism, Bardo, the in-between or intermediate existence. So it seems very peculiar that how quantum theory can be related with this. And third, finally, I will say that whether our approach can be verified experimentally. Because, you know, as a scientist, they always try to verify experimentally in the labs. Unless they can verify, or unless any theory has predictability, predictive power, we say, no, we don't accept this as physical theory. Okay, so let me quickly go. Now what is the weirdness? I mean exotic. One is called the double slit experiment. In fact, His Holiness Dalai Lama, he was so interested to understand double slit experiment, he invited the great physicist Anton Zeilinger from Vienna, who won Nobel Prize just 2 years before, to perform how the double-slit experiment is performed, where is the exotic phenomena it appears. So one is double-slit experiment, another is non-locality. You know, in Indian philosophy, in Buddhist philosophy also, His Holiness oftenly quote interconnectedness. So let me concentrate on the two concepts. One is like double-slit experiment, another is non-locality. Yeah. So to understand, this is the double-slit experiment. If you send one particle, like one electrons, one neutrons, or one photon, one by one, through two slits, then on the back, you will get an interference pattern. So what's the problem? Problem is that interference pattern is possible only if it has a wave nature. It was proved many, many years before. So people proved that even the microscopic entities, which we call particles, they also behave like waves. And what is the formalism behind it? The scientists, they proposed a principle called superposition principle. Superposition principle means, suppose an electron has an attribute called spin. The spin can be up, spin can be down. So there might be two states, up state and down state. Now you can form another state which is a linear combination of up state and down state. So that is called linear superposition principle. And now there is a famous paradox called Schrödinger cat paradox. What is that? One cat is put in a closed chamber and poisonous gas noodles are there inside. You can break the noodles from the outside. Now you close the chamber. What will happen? The gas, poisonous gas will come out and cat will be either in a dead state or in a living state. So we don't know. Niels Bohr, the father of quantum theory, came up. He told, if you only open up the chamber, then you will see it is either in the cat dead state or in the living state. But according to superposition principle, you can also form a linear combination of the dead state and living state. So a wave function you can construct which is combination of cat living plus cat dead. What is that? Niels Bohr told only because of the interactions with the instrument, it reduces to one of the states. But this wave function is also satisfies the whole quantum equation. It means in the superposed states, you have all kinds of possibilities. Here lies the mystery. Now it is coming, and I will try to unveil the mystery here, and where the Bardo experience or Bardo state will be very much relevant. Yeah, in 2024, the very internationally reputed neuroscientist, Christoph Koch, and his group of followers, they wrote a paper saying that whether the brain can generate conscious experiences. And if brain can generate conscious experiences, then these conscious experiences on the superposed state give rise to experience of qualia. What is qualia? You know, qualia is like sweetness of a sweet or redness of flower. It's a kind of subjective element. For you, the sweetness, for me, the sweetness may not be the same. So this is one of the obstacles whether laws of physics can be applied to understand qualia. They said, no, this superposed state may give rise to that kind of experience. We are proposing that no, even in our philosophy, in Buddhist and non-Buddhist philosophy, we have other concepts like tanmatra, even pure consciousness. So we are proposing that this kind of superposed state has a relevance in the Bardo state in Tibetan Buddhism. Yeah. Before going into that, let me tell you one more interesting thing, that the most of the scientists, neuroscientists like Christoph Koch and the quantum physicists, they are thinking whether brain can generate conscious experience. So they are looking the processes in the brain, in the anatomy of the brain, functioning of the brain, whether quantum processes can be there, which gives rise to conscious experience. This is, of course, you will say reductionist approach. Fine. But some proposal has been done by Nobel laureate physicist Roger Penrose, Hamarov, and then other people also, but that is very, very debatable. But there is a new development in cognitive science. A 6 group of people in Europe and USA, they studied the decision making in the cognitive domain of human being. And what they found that this decision making logic is not Boolean logic. What is that Boolean logic? You know, the modern computers, if you look at the modern computers, it has a truth value, either this will be A or this will be non-A. So truth value is 0 or 1. This is called Boolean logic. Now, in quantum theory, the logic is not Boolean. As there is a superposed state, superposition of living and dead state, so it will be in between. So it will be biased that what kind of logic? Yes, this kind of logic is there in Buddhist philosophy, Chatuskoti. In modern terminology, it said 4-valued logic. In Jain philosophy, Sadbag, they say 7-valued logic. Those logic, many valued logics are there, but that is also possible in case of quantum logic, in cognitive domain. Now, people developed a theory, very generalized theory, which can be applied not only to the brain. I mean, brain is a particular context where physiological processes happen, but say in social science. 2 minutes? Okay. Social science or any other science. So it's a very generalized probability theory by which you can describe the cognitive state. Now the issue is, if you look at the Bardo state is not only the state between life and death, it is also waking and sleeping. I mean, based on Shankhopa's commentary. So we have a Bardo state like a superposed state, which can be described by new mathematical formalism. But you can ask, do you have an experiment by which I can give some results? Because I am a physicist, basically, and I want to do experiment. Yes, we have designed experiments with EEG machines. These EEG machines are not EEG machines which normally used by people all the hospitals around the world. Because normally in EEG machines, they throw away a periodic part, only they consider periodic part. A periodic part means noise. So we are saying, if you study a periodic part, and also in Bardo state, as I understand, two states are there, but one state not yet come. So it might be there is a kind of memory, very little memory. So we are studying memory demixing, because for pure consciousness, there is no memory. So we have a group in Bangalore. We are working on biomedical signal and EEG data and try to find out whether we can have signatures for Bardo state. For that, I'm requesting here the Buddhist scholars and monks, if they can say that they know some deep practitioners. We have EEG machines, we can get the data, and then we can have a kind of convergence or divergence. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sisiroji. Thank you so much. And yes, indeed, you are multi-talented, multifaceted, and you taught about what constitutes the ontological reality as presented by Pauli's, and then Schrodinger's interesting superposition, the principle, and then you jump to the concept of qualia. So one important the point which I'd like to make here is, as Professor indicated, that the brain creating or the brain, the generating the consciousness. So here, from Buddhist point of view, we need to maintain a very standard position. We are not to dilute the position of both the traditions. In the Buddhist context, so where the person is alive, the consciousness to be equated as mind is always there since the time of the conception till the time of the death. So it's always there. It's not that it is generated. Then the question is that what Professor indicated is that the consciousness is there, but the activity of the consciousness, these two things should be distinguished. The consciousness of the mind and the activity of the consciousness. For example, an inactive state of the mind, when you trigger a particular neuron, or a neuron is fired, then a particular activity of the mind can be triggered or degenerated. So these two things must be distinguished. So with this in mind, I'm just the host. I'm just wondering if there's any time for question answer. Okay, so there are two possibilities, meaning that two questions possible. So please raise your hands and identify, if possible, introduce yourself very quickly, your name, and then you can also specify to whom you want to direct your question. Thank you over there, gentlemen over there.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Dr. Nishant, and I'm working in Delhi University, assistant professor in Department of Buddhist Studies. Am I here?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. My question is to Professor Raman. Sir, what you did through your study, and what I understand is that you are trying to give objective reality to the moment, the time. You give the value of the moment, right? So my question is this moment or time real or conceptual? Now suppose if it is real, if it has some objective reality, so it means that one time moment causes another entity to arise in another moment, right? So it means, but how it will? I mean, because by the time one moment tries to, give rise to another entity, in another moment, it already passes by. It goes on. It ceases to exist. It means that moment has to have conceptual construct. And if it is conceptual construct, then every entity, whatever we are observing or experiencing, is conceptual construct. So how can you give objective reality?
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. The question is very clear. You got a question?
Question is not clear.
Okay, the question is, but correct me if I got it wrongly. The question is that you try to objectify the time, to specify what is the time frame, say the cognitive event, time equals to 13.33 millisecond. So that way you're trying to objectify the time. Is the time objective or not? Objective or conceptualized? If it is objective, the argument is that the first moment changes to the second moment. So the first moment disappears. So it's not objective, it disappears. It changes to the second moment. Whereas if you say it is conceptual, then the whole world is the fabric of the time, which is all conceptual. Do you mean to say that there's nothing objective there? It's all conceptual? This question.
Well, you have a very complex question, and answer is not that simplified. So let me break it down the best way I can and see if I can answer your question. What you measure, say like an instant, like when you're looking at an object and I say it is 13.33 millisecond or something, that is a measurement based on what was going on in a person's perception or a person's visualization of an object. Within that narrow measurement, it's perfectly okay to define how the brain patterns change. So that's the part of the answer from the measurement side. Now looking into theoretical side, that the moment, let me go back. Other question is the time objective or subjective? Well, time measurement is based on a circular phenomena, whether it is an atomic clock where atom going up and down, or electrons moving, or sun is stationary and earth is going around it. So that measurement time is based on periodicity. But when you involve a mind, like a human being, or like a cat or a dog, how they are perceiving a phenomena, that is very subjective. And that's what I was trying to show you with the cortical phase transitions, because those change in a very fast way to see what is the subjective nature of the brain activities going on. And then now bringing some mind and the cellular level biochemistry in it, it is a possibility that you can control the flow of the ions like sodium and potassium inside and outside of the cell, which controls the firing of a neuron or many things. So you can subjectively change, and that in an essence makes the time perception in a person's mind is very subjective. And that's why you can use it to slow down the processes of the mind or slow down the process of the brain, the perception of an object, or you can hold on to an object for a very long time, and that's what a lot of meditators do, and they are capable of doing, and it is in Buddhist tradition as well as in many Hindu tradition, they are able to achieve that. Now, coming back from, so essence is perception of time is very subjective, and that can be translated into medical clinical treatment devices. That's what I was talking about. Now going away from there to purely theoretical point of view, which you were asking earlier, if you have experienced one moment, then the next moment is something else. This goes into theory, and then it opens up many different types of thinking. If you were to think only past, present, and future, you have tied yourself to the axis of time. If you do that, then you got past, present, and future, and you can say past reality is gone, future reality is coming. However, it is a one perception. If you were to take multidimensional time, which is beginning to be used in gravitational physics now, it is also have been proposed in the past. I mean, myself and my colleagues, we proposed it in 1980s before quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy became mainstream things. And so what I'm trying to bring out is not to show that we were so great. It is just a simple concept. If the time is multidimensional, if you were to look at the phenomena from a different dimension of time, you will see all the phenomena they already have happened or they already will happen. That concept disappears. And within that framework, past, present, and future has no meaning. And in that sense, like now you can bring Buddhist philosophy. If you were to be tied to the axis of time, you can never see future. Buddha was able to see the future. So for clairvoyance to happen, or your mind, which is capable of traveling to many places and interconnected, either at a subatomic level or at a bigger level, where two phenomena are separate in time or in space, but they are all interrelated. You can bring Buddhist philosophy, and this is where quantum gravity, quantum physics, and even the superluminal physics plays a big role. But to go into these details, best thing to do is you and me could sit down and talk about it, but these are very complex topics and it takes time to understand it. Difficult to summarize it in a gathering like this.
Thank you so much. In fact, to summarize what Professor Sion said, is that in the Buddhist philosophy, there is what is known as the four philosophical schools. Four schools, some accept objective existence and others reject objective existence. So even those who accept objective existence, they also conform to the idea of the four seals, all composite things impermanent. The momentariness is accepted by all the Buddhist schools, even those who accept objective existence. So they say that first moment changes to second moment, the first moment dies or disappears, disintegrates. Doesn't mean that it is empty of, it is conceptual. It is still objective. So for this, we have to study the Buddhist philosophy more in depth with the four philosophical schools and their respective positions. So last question, is there anyone? Raise your hands.
My question is that I am Nishkam Surapanu from Power India Group. Can meditation be explained through neurosciences?
Okay, your question directed to whom?
I'm from the magazine Buddha.
No, your question directed to which of the three speakers?
Mr. Raman.
Okay.
Yes. So can meditation be explained through quantum sciences and neurosciences?
Okay, please repeat it louder.
Yeah, can meditation be explained through quantum sciences and neurosciences?
I think maybe Professor Cicero would be better.
Yeah.
Because both of them are expert in this.
This is a good question because to explain the meditative experience, this is a subjective experience sometimes, depending on stages of samadhi. So it is beyond now, quantum or classical or whatever. First you look into whether you can quantify the stage of samadhi. That's a big issue.
Thank you so much. So now let me quickly summarize so as per the host, I'm entitled to entertain only 2 questions. And the rest you can do during the break time. So let me quickly summarize in ways that what His Holiness has to say on this with respect to the convergence between the modern science and Buddhist philosophy or spirituality in general. So it is from His Holiness's very famous book, which is Universe in a Single Atom. So His Holiness says, my plea is that we bring our spirituality, the full richness and simple wholesomeness of our basic human values to bear upon the course of science and the direction of the terminology in human society. In essence, science and spirituality, though differing in their approaches, share the same end, which is the betterment of humanity. At its best, science is motivated by quest for understanding to help lead us to greater flourishing and happiness. In Buddhist language, this kind of science can be described as a wisdom grounded in and tempered by compassion. Similarly, spirituality is a human journey into our internal resources with the aim of understanding who we are in the deepest sense and discovering how to live according to the highest possible idea. This too is the union of wisdom and compassion. So, what His Holiness indicated here, we see that Albert Einstein, what he said is that why there's a human crisis is for the reason that we are all blinded with the optical delusion of seeing the difference between I and you. Because of this, we are entrapped. We are trapped in the illusion, in the prison of one's mind. Now, how to escape from this prison is by widening the circle of compassion towards others. So this is the only way how to stop the prison, how to free ourselves from the prison of the miseries which Albert Einstein indicated. So with this in mind, let me quickly just conclude by saying that when I was in Cambridge, I used to meet a lot of physicists. And particularly there was one physicist who was extremely, extremely brilliant. That was way before I met Professor C.C. Roy. And at one point what he told me was that in this world, only physics is education. And I said, okay, how many of you are from physics background? Raise your hands. Or how many of you are from education background, according to him? So most of us, according to him, is not from education background. So what he said, then I asked him why. He said that it is only physics which allows you to have a critical thinking. All others are imitation of the earlier teachers. Then I told him, just wait, don't be hurried. Wait, listen to what the Buddha has to say. Then I quoted the Buddha. The bhikshus are the wise people. And just as the goldsmith tests the purity of the gold by cutting, rubbing, and burning the gold, you should also examine my words and put them to practice, not simply because you respect me. And then he remained silent for a few seconds, and he said, oh, the Buddha must have been a great physicist. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geshe-la, and the panelists for such a thought-provoking session. We'll now move on to the third panel. May I request the panelists to come forward for a group photograph? The third panel discussion is on the future of Tibetan Buddhism and preservation of culture. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama represents a highly revered lineage which provides spiritual leadership for the people of Tibet and for followers of Buddhism across the world. He is revered in Tibetan Buddhism as the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva of compassion. Our upcoming panel discusses the linkage between Tibetan Buddhism and the Indian Nalanda tradition and how the modern institutions of Dalai Lama remain historically relevant to prepare for the future. For this panel, our moderator is Khenpo Dr. Nawang Jordan, Principal of International Buddhist Academy from Nepal. Sir, may I please request you to come on the dais? The panelists for this session are Venerable Dr. Karmatashi Shwedron, Assistant Professor, School of Politics and International Relations, Deputy Director of Education, Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia, and a Vice President of IBC. The second panelist is Most Venerable Nicholas Vreeland, Rato Khensur Rinpoche from Mangod, India. Our third panelist is Ms. Kate Saunders from Turquoise Roof Research Network and Tibet Watch from London. Panelists of third session, please come onto the dais. Can we have a round of applause for them, please?
Thank you, Portia. Hi, Portia. Thank you for being so patient about the presentation. No, not absolutely. Are you going to explain?
Yes.
To all of you. Can I go back with you?
Respected obeisance to all the Sangha members and dear brothers and sisters. So, first, I want to say a few words about His Holiness and also on the topic of this panel, Future of Tibetan Buddhism and the Preservation of Culture. His Holiness actually is the embodiment of compassion, and he is known as, the reincarnation of Avalokiteshvara. But not only that, I think we all know what he represents. He's not just a good scholar to talk about and explain to us about what is compassion, but he lives with it. He is the living tradition, living real compassion. And then for that reason, I also want to remind all of us how fortunate we are to be born at this time when he is with us. Because we, particularly in the Tibetan Buddhism, we take gurus as very important, sometimes even more important than Buddhas. The reason behind that is always like Buddha was born in this world 2,500 years ago. And we were not lucky enough to be with him, to receive teachings directly from him. That is why our best linkage to Buddha is our Guru. That's why we take Guru very seriously, very important. And now here, in terms of His Holiness, he's not just our Guru, he's also Guru in the form of real Buddha. And so how lucky we are, how fortunate we are to be born at this time and, receiving teachings from him. And not just, kind of lectures, but his way of teaching us is real real activity of what actual Avalokiteshvara does. Like a, father to the beloved son, mother to beloved her children, like that. He is for everybody. And he himself said, whenever he meets somebody, he never thinks that that person is from such and such place, such and such country, but he always immediately comes to his mind that I'm meeting with a human being, right? And that is how he is. And for that reason, we really have to rejoice ourselves and feel very good about ourselves to be born at this time, to be with His Holiness. And then also now on the second part, on the future of the Tibetan Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism, actually, the earlier panels also talked about a little bit. Tibetan Buddhism is none other than actually Indian Buddhism. And whether Tibetan Buddhism has relevance in the future and how long it's going to last and whether there's importance for it, all depends on how we take care of it now at this time. Right now, we have very good Tibetan Buddhism with us, and we have to think why it is here with us. We have to give all the credit to the previous great masters. With their own effort, we have this. We now enjoy it, right? And now whether this is going to be in the future also like this or not depends on us. And for that reason, I also want to remind you, or at this time, to recollect the kindness of those great masters. Because it's particularly in Tibetan Buddhism, when it comes to Tibetan Buddhism, we emphasize very much on the, from the, for example, in the Sutra part of the Tibetan Buddhism, we emphasize on oral transmission. And when it comes to Tantric Buddhism, then you have all the things like empowerments, instructions, and all of those are with us because of the previous guru's effort. They put a lot of effort into it. So we shouldn't forget that. And now in the future, whether we will have these kinds of teachings forever or not, it's really up to us. Because many of the great masters are passing away. And, but they have given us a lot of teachings, and particularly our present His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. He gave us a lot of teachings. He gave us how to practice on all of those. Now, that's why he's putting a lot of effort into making sure that these Buddhist teachings continues, right? But also, at the same time, I also want to say, His Holiness himself said, he's not putting effort into continuation of the Tibetan Buddhism and Tibetan culture because of it is Tibetan thing. He is doing this because these Tibetan Buddhism, Tibetan culture maybe are useful for the humanity, for the rest of the world. There's something that Tibetans have to contribute to the rest of the world. For that reason, that he is making sure that these things do not disappear from this world. So that's why I also want to, again, reiterate and maybe remind you that we have to remember, we have to recollect the kindness of those great masters, and also we have to remind ourselves that now it is it's our responsibility Whether Tibetan Buddhism will continue in the future or not, what depends on what we do now. Whether we also make sure that these things we practice, we pass down to the next generation, and so forth and so on. And if we do have that kind of determination, effort, then I'm quite sure that there is a possibility that it will continue. But right now, I think whether the future longevity of the Tibetan Buddhism is reaching to a cross kind of level, and that's a very good time for us to rethink and maybe come to senses and do something about it. Okay, so with that, now I have to introduce our three panelists. Panel number one is Venerable Dr. Kamatashi Choden, Assistant Professor, School of Politics and International Relations, Deputy Director of Education, Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia, and the Vice President of IBC Malaysia. Venerable Dr. Kamatashi Choden, a Shaman Nerika ordained in 2009 by Khenchen Thangpo Rinpoche. She is an environmental sociologist, civil engineer, educator, and also holds a PhD in environment and resource studies and MA in Buddhist studies. Currently serving as assistant professor at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and also holds key roles in the Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia and the Malaysian Buddhist Consultative Council. Honored with multiple awards, including the Outstanding Women in Buddhism 2010. She has authored works on conservation and interfaith dialogue, and was elected as Vice President of the International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, in 2023. So I want to remind our panelists the time. Each one has 15 minutes, and like previous panels, maybe at the 13th minute, then I will remind them. So thank you, and now you can take.
My presentation. I would like my presentation to be on the screen. Technical team. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya. Namaskar, Pranam Tashidele to the Venerable Mahasangha and my Dhamma brothers and sisters, and also online viewers. I would like to express my humble and profound gratitude to IBC for giving me the pioneering opportunity for me to be here to address you on this very important topic, and also to honor my Guruji, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. So my name is Karma Children, and I'm from Malaysia. So let me just try to figure this out. Where should I point it? This way? That way? Okay. So technicality is not my forte. So let me begin. Tibetan Buddhism is more than just a spiritual tradition. It is a profound cultural inheritance. Its monastic education, ritual practices, and visual arts carry centuries of wisdom and identity. And the identity that you see here today, the robes also is from Tibetan Buddhism, even though I'm a monastic from Southeast Asia and I have background from India. Yeah, I have Indian origins. So, however, in the face of globalization, it stands as a crossroads. As interest in Buddhism grows worldwide, maintaining the integrity of its philosophy and practice is increasingly challenging. In this presentation, I will examine the state of Tibetan Buddhism today, especially across Southeast Asia, and we'll also explore the educational foundations, spiritual lineage, and one of my most favorite topics, women's empowerment and modern preservation efforts, all rooted in the unchanging values of compassion and wisdom. The spread of Tibetan Buddhism beyond the Himalayas began in earnest following the Chinese invasion of Tibet in 1959 and the subsequent exile of Tibetan leaders. This displacement, even though very, very sad and catastrophic, turned into an opportunity, a blessing in disguise, allowing the diaspora to become cultural emissaries. In the West, rising interest in meditation and mindfulness, and not only in the West, but outside of Tibet, and also in areas where meditation was not taken seriously, even in Malaysia, yeah? Even though we have a sizable Buddhist population, but Southeast Asia also is very new to many meditation techniques, very profound techniques from the Tibetan Buddhist culture. So this created a fertile ground for these teachings, and Western practitioners were captivated by the ethical depth and contemplative sophistication of Tibetan Buddhism. Not only Western, but also myself as an Asian, but not in India and not born in a traditional Buddhist country. But Tibetan Buddhism, I would like to explain that Tibetan Buddhism is actually Vajrayana Buddhism, and Vajrayana Buddhism was present in Southeast Asia more than 1,000 years ago, and Vajrayana Buddhism in Southeast Asia preceded Buddhism in Tibet. So if you have heard about Lama Atisha going to visit Lama Serlingpa in Swarnabhumi, Swarnadipa, in Sumatra. So Lama Atisha actually landed in Malaysia first, Malaya that time, the islands of Malaya, and also and then later made his onward journey to Sumatra and Java. So it goes to show that Vajrayana Buddhism, people in Southeast Asia have a very deep connection with Vajrayana Buddhism, and the wave that we see today is actually a second wave that is coming. It's not the first wave. And we owe it to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, His Holiness the 16th Karmapa, who also sent an emissary to Kukgin Rinpoche, to Malaysia and my hometown, Ipoh, in the late 1960s. And that is the catalyst for the revival of Tibetan Buddhism, Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism in Malaysia. So figures like His Holiness the Dalai Lama made Tibetan Buddhism accessible and globally respected. This expansion, however, also introduces new tensions, such as simplifying practices into pop spirituality, which I'll explore in the next slide. So, while the global spread of Tibetan Buddhism brings many benefits, it also comes with several risks, yeah? So chief among them is commodification. So in Western consumer culture, which of course has become globalized, mindfulness has become a buzzword, often severed from its ethical and philosophical roots. Tibetan practices like mantra chanting, visualization, and ritual offerings are sometimes dismissed or stripped away, leaving only surface-level calmness without deeper understanding. This decontextualization reduces a profound spiritual tradition into mere wellness tools. So the challenge today is how to stay accessible and open while safeguarding the complexity and depth that gives Tibetan Buddhism its power. So faced with the threat of cultural erosion, institutions like TBRC, former TBRC, and now it's called the Buddhist Digital Resource Center, and the Library of Tibetan Works and Archives, which has also very kindly published my book actually. Yeah, so my humble respects to Geshe Lagdo. Thank you. Have become the lifelines. So the Buddhist Digital Resource Center has digitized over 26,000 volumes, making them available worldwide. This is crucial not only for scholars, but also monastics like myself and lay people seeking authentic teachings. LTWA, for example, founded under the guidance of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, plays a central role in preserving ritual techniques, historical documents, and language education. These archives are more than just repositories of knowledge. They are active hubs of cultural transmission and renewal. Through digital platforms, these efforts ensure Tibetan Buddhism is not lost to time or translation, but continually accessible for generations to come. And now we move on to the Southeast Asian context from where I come from. So Southeast Asia has emerged as a crucial region for the flourishing of Tibetan Buddhism outside of its Himalayan origins. Driven by both the Tibetan diaspora and local interests, cities across Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam now host active Tibetan Buddhist centers, not to mention Singapore and Thailand also. These institutions conduct teachings in multiple languages, such as Chinese and English, and also Tibetan, organize public pujas, cultural festivals, and meditation retreats. In Malaysia, for example, my home country, the Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia coordinates activities across many diverse centers. A key strength of regional growth is its openness, community engagement, youth education, and one very interesting fact that Malaysia's official religion is Islam, and we actively promote interfaith collaborations, embodying the compassion and adaptability, which makes Tibetan Buddhism very resilient. So the Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia, VBCM in short, plays a strategic role in nurturing Tibetan Buddhism in Malaysia. As a centralized umbrella body, it brings together diverse centers under a shared mission of spiritual and cultural preservation. And with His Holiness the Dalai Lama as its patron, the Council's efforts gain both credibility and momentum. It facilitates visiting teachers, organizes joint pujas, and develops national education initiatives to reach broader audiences. However, VBCM is not just administrative, it acts as a spiritual catalyst. It fosters cooperation, deepens understanding, and ensures that Vajrayana Buddhism continues to thrive while remaining anchored in its authentic roots. And one of the activities in the pipeline I would like to share is the Vajrayana Buddhist Education Program. So set to be launched in 2026, it is actually it's a program which addresses a key gap in global Buddhist education, the ability to engage with young children and to introduce Tibetan Buddhism to the children of practicing Tibetan Buddhist adults in the country. So we have study programs in other Buddhist traditions like Theravada and Mahayana. So Vajrayana Buddhist children, Tibetan Buddhist children have no avenue to learn Tibetan Buddhism, and this project is set to fill that gap. Monastic education remains the bedrock of Tibetan Buddhism. It is through years of study and contemplative practice that monks and nuns cultivate wisdom and compassion. So today's monastic institutions adapt traditions of modern realities. So for example, Kopan, in Nepal has English learning centers, etc. So offers, Tibetan Buddhism in English, and people like me who are still grappling with Tibetan language have the opportunity to learn Tibetan Buddhism from translated texts. So next. So it's very important actually for transmission of lineage and continuity. So lineage is central to Tibetan Buddhism. More than passing on texts, it involves spiritual empowerment and ethical example, ensuring teachings remain vibrant and unbroken. Yet, modern realities have disrupted this flow. The exile of teachers, disclosure of monasteries, and lack of clear successors in some lineages raise deep concerns about community. In some cases, transmissions may be lost or fragmented. So the community has responded with resilience. So recognizing tulkus, founding new retreat centers abroad, and even documenting transmission lineages online, these are but some of the very few active, important works that are going on in order to preserve Tibetan Buddhism. So Tibetan Buddhism is not uniquely rich in symbolic ritual offering, not just teachings, but powerful experiential access to the sacred. Whether it's constructing mandalas or chanting mantras, these acts embody profound insights. So engaging with younger generations, one of the greatest challenges facing Tibetan Buddhism is how do we actually get the teachings across to the younger generation. So we have examples like TCV, and also this morning we have the children coming from Dehradun and all. We have got Rangjung Ishi Institute in Nepal, and many of the masters now have gone high-tech with YouTube channels, etc., etc. And very important, please give me a little bit more time, this is extremely, extremely important, is the element of reconciliation and reform which is spearheaded by Holiness the Dalai Lama. So Dalai Lama is well known for advocating gender equality in leadership, support for full ordination Gelongma, and also reinterpretation of texts. Education and ordination initiatives empower women, and movements challenge patriarchal norms. As much as this may be a very highly sensitive topic, but please allow me to also speak about it, about some history. So in order for Tibetan Buddhism to move forward, it is very important that in the 21st century, in the century of gender equality, and also SDG number 5 warrants gender equality. So therefore, there is a dire need to bridge the gap of education and leadership for women. So if you look at the Geshe-ma degrees, so the Geshe-ma degrees is an amazing achievement. First conferred in 2016, it grants nuns equal monastic opportunities, equal scholastic recognition, same as monks. And we have Geshe-mas over there, like Geshe-ma Tenzin Deden, my humble respects, my humble respect. Curriculum spans 17 years. She had to study 17 years covering Vinaya, Madhyamika, Logic, and many others. So it is no small feat, and yet women can achieve similar, if not maybe even greater achievements, than their male counterparts. So this photo was captured in South India during the Geshe-ma convocation in 2016. So 73 Geshe-mas to date, 144 nuns are set for the exam last year. So we also have nuns which are actually, there are already 5 cohorts now who have actually studied the tantric studies at Jute Monastery. So, and this is all thanks to the effort of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and executed to the Tibetan Nuns Project. And very quickly, I will just also look at the Tibetan nuns, a group of Khenmos from the Sakya tradition. So we have my guru also, Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, this morning. So very deep appreciation to the Sakya tradition for also having the Khenmos. And another very important aspect, let me just fast forward very quickly, is the revival of the Togdenma tradition. So the Togdenma tradition revived in the Rupa Kagyu tradition, facilitated by Jetsuma Tenzin Palmo, happened just this year. So these are some very exciting new developments which pave the way for Tibetan Buddhism to not only be relevant today, but many, many generations to come, because it has risen to the challenge of the 21st century, which is the gender gap that has been prevalent for centuries in Tibetan Buddhism. So we have full ordination, which is pending in outside of Bhutan, but Bhutan also practices Vajrayana Buddhism. So this is very interesting that Bhutan has also had ordinations. I'm going to skip the next.
Your time is up.
Yeah, just very quickly, just one, please, my apologies, this is so important. So I just wanted to say that the Dalai Lama's leadership and legacy, so no figure has done more to internationalize and preserve Tibetan Buddhism. My apologies, maybe 30 seconds. Again, my apologies, really, really very important. So this last slide of mine, I would like to say that no matter how well Tibetan Buddhism is institutionalized or digitized, its survival hinges on the personal integrity of its teachers. In Vajrayana, and intimate transformative, ethical discipline isn't optional, it's essential. When teachers embody the precepts they teach, they preserve the Dharma not only through words but by example. Conversely, abuse or exploitation destroys trust, deters discipline, deters disciples, and threatens the lineage itself. Global audiences today are more discerning and demand accountability. Upholding the Vinaya, Bodhisattva, and Tantric vows is a moral and practical imperative. Ethics isn't just individual, it's structural, ensuring Vajrayana Buddhism remains a force of compassion and clarity long into the future. With this, I wish His Holiness the Dalai Lama long life and my humble appreciation for all the great works he has done, especially for female practitioners in Tibetan Buddhism. My humble pranams. Thank you so much. My apologies, Dhamma.
Yeah, I want to say one thing. Tibetan Buddhism, actually, when we look at it, I think it's in a danger position right now. You all know that the monasteries, nunneries are important. These are the where so far Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism has been ongoing thing, kept it and preserved it. But now these monasteries are having trouble because we have difficulty, young boys becoming monk, also nuns as well. And if we have continuously having this problem, then in the future, as you can see, that who is going to maintain and keep the tradition going? Unless we change the whole horizon and putting a lot of effort into training lay, children with the tradition intact. But so far, the responsibility has been on monks and nuns, and they have been doing very well. But these monasteries now, big or small, having trouble, the young boys becoming monks. So that's one thing that we have to keep in mind. And particularly nowadays, in Tibetan settlements, for example, we don't have new monks becoming or getting into the monasteries. But fortunately, we still have a lot of kids from Himalayan, places, Nepal, Ladakh, and everywhere. But so if you go into these Tibetan big monasteries now, most of the young monks are from Himalayan areas. Okay, so now next panelist, Most Venerable Nicholas Vreeland. Nicholas Vreeland, born in Geneva to American parents, is a distinguished Buddhist monk, photographer, and a scholar, educated across Europe, North Africa, and the US. He initially pursued a career in photography, working with legends like Irving Penn and Richard Avedon, and studying film at NYU. In 1977, he met Kyongla Ratu Rinpoche, becoming a monk in 1985. He later earned the Geshe degree, the monastic equivalent of a PhD in Tibetan Buddhism. Vreeland is director of the Tibet Center in New York and the former abbot of Ratu Trasang Monastery in India, one of the key institutions under the patronage of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Appointed abbot in 2012, he became the first Westerner to lead a major Tibetan Buddhist monastery. He edited the Dalai Lama's books, An Open Heart, A Profound Mind, and raised funds for Ratu's reconstruction through his photo exhibition series, Photos for Ratu. His acclaimed photography has been exhibited worldwide, including at the Leica Gallery in New York and in Taipei. Okay, Venerable Skula.
So, most venerable members of the Buddhist Sangha, Khensu Jamshu Choden Rinpoche, Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation, Sri Abhijit Halder, Director General of the IBC, all of you whose efforts have made this celebration possible, brothers and sisters, my profound thanks. Thank you. My profound thanks to the International Buddhist Confederation for inviting me to address this august gathering celebrating the 90th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I'm greatly honored to be here today to present a few thoughts concerning the future of Tibetan Buddhism and preservation of culture. It is, I believe, important to begin by looking at the past, as it is the past that is the foundation upon which the present rests, and it is the actions we take in the present that determine the future. As Khenpo Dr. Ngawang Jordan actually mentioned. What people refer to as Tibetan Buddhism is very much Indian, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama often emphasizes. All the Buddhism preserved and practiced in Tibet over centuries came from India. The scholarship that was taught, debated, practiced in the great Tibetan monastic universities was all based on the teachings of Gautama Buddha, who, though born in present-day Nepal, lived, attained enlightenment, and taught in India. The first turning of the wheel of Dharma, where Lord Buddha, only recently enlightened, taught his fellow ascetics the Four Noble Truths, took place in India. The second turning of the wheel of Dharma, where Lord Buddha taught the Wisdom Sutras on Vulture's Peak near Rajgir, took place in India. And all other teachings by the Buddha also took place in India. Subsequent commentators on the Buddha's teachings on ultimate truth of selflessness, the unique essence of Buddhist thought and practice. Scholars, saints such as Nagarjuna, Ayardeva, Buddha Palita, Bhavaviveka, Chandrakirti, Shantideva were all Indian. Buddhist logicians who established the criteria and methods by which we determine truth, Dignaga and Dharmakirti, were Indian. All scholarship that took place in Tibet was based on the words of Lord Buddha and these great Indian pundits who established the validity of and explained his teachings. And then, in the 7th century, the king, the Tibetan king, Tsongtseng Gampo, sent his prime minister, Tomi Zangbota, to India to create a script to apply to the Tibetan language. The extraordinary scholarship that took place in Nalanda, Vikramshila, and other centers of Buddhist learning and practice in India served as the foundation for the Buddhist tradition established in Tibet in the 8th century, following the arrival of the Nalanda abbot Shankarakshita, and then by his student Kamalashila, both of whom came from India at the invitation of the Tibetan king, Trisong Detsen. It was Shantarakshita who brought the Buddhist monastic lineage, which survives to this day, from India. And it was his student, Kamalashila, whose victory in debate over the Chinese Chan Buddhist practitioner Hashang Mahayana before the king, Trisong Detsen, who established the Indian form of Buddhism practice as the basis for what we today refer to as Tibetan Buddhism. The dialectical approach to scrutinizing philosophical views to determine truth became fundamental in Buddhist scholarship in Tibet and served as the basis for engaging in the esoteric practice of Buddhist Tantra, which also has its origins in India. We can thereby see that it is difficult to claim that Buddhism practiced in Tibet was uniquely Tibetan, when it is clearly and totally dependent on India and on Indians. By the end of the 12th century, the monastic university of Nalanda had been destroyed, and Buddhism was in decline in this country. Though the great scholarship that had existed here ceased to be, it has all survived due to the diligence of Tibetans. After the Chinese takeover of Tibet and His Holiness the Dalai Lama's escape in 1959, it is now here in India that Tibetan Buddhism and its culture are being preserved. The important institutions that developed in Tibet following the establishment of Samye Monastery in the 8th century have been re-established in refugee settlements throughout India. The analytical system of dialectics that Kamalashila demonstrated before the Tibetan king, Trisong Detsen, is thriving in debating courtyards throughout India. Though it was initially Tibetan scholars who had followed His Holiness the Dalai Lama out of Tibet in 1959 and put great effort into ensuring the survival of their precious system of intellectual analysis, today it is mostly Indians from the Himalayan regions who are engaging in the dialectic pursuit of truth. The future of this Tibetan Buddhism depends on the way it is practiced today. The emphasis that His Holiness the Dalai Lama has placed on the logical basis for Buddhist philosophy and the commonsensical quality of Buddhist ethics have strengthened the acceptance of Tibetan Buddhism in academia and in general throughout the world. The challenge we face today is whether people are interested in pursuing a spiritual path. Our modern world saturates our senses with enticements of all sorts, providing us with little incentive for profound introspection. It is for the individual to make effort to counter the challenges of our day. It is our efforts in this regard that will determine the future of Tibetan Buddhism and its culture. His Holiness has put great effort into bringing essential new elements into the monastic syllabus, such as the study of science, in order to ensure that 21st century monks are equipped to practice and teach 21st century people. Those unique efforts will contribute to the future of Tibetan Buddhism. And His Holiness's emphasis on the importance of training young people in virtuous ethical behavior will also contribute to the future of Tibetan Buddhism. Hence, the real answer to the critical question being posed regarding the future of Tibetan Buddhism is that it depends on the way we, each of us, practice. As I've said, just as the present has evolved from the past, the future will evolve from the present. And so it is up to each of us to make effort to implement and practice these aspects of Tibetan Buddhism that we consider to be of benefit to ourselves and to the world around us. This will determine the future of Tibetan Buddhism. May we all put effort into preserving the precious teachings of Lord Buddha by implementing them in our lives. And may we all be inspired by the effort made by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who by his own diligent practice and teaching has provided us with the present opportunity to implement what we have been so kindly taught by him. May we all dedicate the merit of our efforts to the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and to the continuation of the extraordinary teachings of Lord Buddha. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm so glad that you have already indicated that how Tibetan Buddhism is called Indian Buddhism or came from India, because we have a tradition which is, in order to authenticate, when we study, in order to authenticate whatever we are studying, whether this is a legitimate Buddhism or not, we say that whether it came from a legitimate Indian source, and then whether it was translated by a reputable translator, and then that particular topic of Buddhism, whether that was practiced by some Mahasiddhas, and if all these are checked out, then it is considered a real Buddhism, and then there's no other elements except always looking up to India, and whether this is Indian source there, whether they are Indian masters. So that's how we go for it. And then particularly, for example, Sakya also says the same thing in his commentary to the three vows, that he always checks with whether there's any source in India. So with that, or with these kinds of reasons, then we say that the Tibetan Buddhism actually is Indian Buddhism. It's no other reasons at all. So that's why those who say Tibetan Buddhism is something else, or giving even different names for that reason, is wrong. So now next, panelist number 3, Ms. Kate Saunders, co-founder of Turquoise Roof Research Network and Tibet Watch. She's from United Kingdom. Kate Saunders is an independent Tibet specialist and co-founder of Turquoise Roof, integrating Tibetan research with open source intelligence. With over 20 years experience, she formerly served as research director at the International Campaign for Tibet. Kate authored 18 Layers of Hell and the 2025 Synopsis report on the Dalai Lama Institution. A seasoned international advocate and a media strategist, she has briefed governments, spoken at the UN, and published in major outlets. Now, a research fellow in Delhi, she collaborates with the SecDep Group and Free Tibet, Tibet Watch, focusing on verifiable intelligence to illuminate the evolving situation in Tibet. Okay, so yeah, so to you now, Kate Saunders.
First of all, thank you so much to the IBC for inviting me to such a gathering of eminent individuals. And there's one, thank you. I'm delighted and privileged to be here. Thank you. As we celebrate the 14th Dalai Lama's birthday, Tibetan Buddhism stands at a critical crossroads. The choices made now will determine not only the preservation of Tibet's religious civilization, but the survival of its cultural identity under unprecedented Chinese control. It is also a matter of what we want our own societies to be, of how we want our world to become. China's systematic campaign to eliminate the Dalai Lama's influence extends far beyond Tibet's borders. Beijing calls this a protracted war to control religious succession, while Xi Jinping simultaneously promotes what he calls unyielding Marxist atheism. In summer 2024, two scenes capture the essence of this struggle of sacred authority and state power. In Manhattan, the Dalai Lama recovered from knee surgery in a modest hotel room covered in scaffolding. This unlikely place became a pilgrimage site for Tibetans from across the world. Meanwhile, 8,000 miles away in Xining, Xi Jinping visited Tibetan children at a Chinese boarding school. He emphasized the Communist Party's Sinicization agenda to replace Tibetan identity with a Chinese cultural nationalism. And during his visit, Xi went to a monastery in Xining, the very site where his father, communist revolutionary Xi Shongshun, had met the 10th Panchen Lama in 1951. That Panchen Lama later died in 1989 after submitting one of the most far-reaching critiques of communist rule ever written. His successor, installed by Beijing, while the Dalai Lama's choice, Gendon Choki Nyima, was disappeared at age 5 in 1995, remains central to China's plans for controlling Tibet's future. During Xi's Qinghai visit, China's appointed Panchen Lama traveled under tight security to Tibetan areas, and shortly afterwards, powerful policy chief Wang Huning visited two areas of Kham and Amdo with history of resistance, protest, and a strong Tibetan identity. And just before His Holiness's birthday on June the 30th, TAR party chief Wang Junsheng met the Chinese Panchen, once again underlining China's intensive focus on Tibet at this time. So these coordinated movements expose both China's determination and its uncertainties about the future. So Tibetans consider the Dalai Lama a living bodhisattva of compassion, someone who has consciously chosen rebirth to help all beings. His achievements in Buddhist scholarship, secular education, and science bear this out. Today, the Dalai Lama's spiritual authority spans the Indian and Nepalese Himalayas, traditionally Buddhist countries, including Japan, the Central Asian republics of Tuva, Kalmykia, Buryatia. It also encompasses India, of course, as well as Mongolia, the largest free country with a majority Tibetan Buddhist population. And as Nobel Peace Prize laureate, the Dalai Lama has taught to crowds of tens of thousands in European and American stadiums. He's met presidents, popes, and prime ministers. And many Chinese in China number among his devotees, a fact that he specifically referenced in his statement last week about the continuation of the Dalai Lama institution. So in response, Beijing has intensified a counter-influence campaign with global implications, seeking to end international support for Tibet, to prevent the emergence of a leader of similar stature in future, and also to control Buddhist discourse internationally. China projects its power beyond its borders. It uses Buddhism as a tool in Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative to counter the influence of His Holiness and of India also. In 2020, the United States adopted legislation rejecting any foreign interference in selecting the next Dalai Lama. Soon afterwards, China escalated by making it illegal for reincarnate lamas to be born outside Chinese territory. So this paves the way for heightened pressure on foreign governments to acknowledge Chinese authority over the Dalai Lama institution. And the stakes became very real recently when Hamkar Dorji, who was a 56-year-old Tibetan abbot and leading educator from Golok in Tibet, disappeared from his monastery last year after refusing to host China's Panchen Lama. And his disappearance coincided with a systematic targeting by China of prominent Tibetan educators and scholars that promote Tibetan language and culture in eastern Tibetan areas. Hamkar Dorji Rinpoche managed to escape to Vietnam, but he was tracked down and apparently detained in the joint Chinese-Vietnamese security operation, and China announced his death several days later. The circumstances are still unclear, but the suspicious death of Hamkar Dorji Rinpoche in Ho Chi Minh City on March 29th came just 2 weeks after Chinese leader Xi Jinping visited Hanoi, where China strengthened security cooperation with the government. So as China seeks to lead great changes unseen in a century, as Xi Jinping puts it, Xi Jinping has developed elaborate plans to achieve global dominance, and control over Tibet is critical to that vision. And China's control methods include a policy of forced cultural integration that threatens the elimination of Tibetan Buddhist belief and identity inside Tibet. It includes total surveillance. Party cadres have been stationed in every Tibetan village since 2011, representing approximately a quarter of the region's administrative force. And Tibetans believe that this may well be to ensure control in future. AI-driven surveillance systems now monitor both monasteries and lay society, while secular party committees embedded within monastic institutions control management, finance, and textbooks. A database profiles more than 1,300 state-approved reincarnate lamas who are trained in special schools set up by the Chinese authorities. So there is also mandatory political education for both religious figures and lay people, and there's been an expansion of preschool education with kindergartens from children from the age of 2 and boarding schools designed to implant the so-called red gene. China is particularly targeting a younger generation. So China's policies, of course, emerge from critical strategic imperatives, namely control over important borders, the expansion of mining for Tibet's rich resources, and control over Tibet's water, which is regarded as a strategic asset by the PRC. And China has launched also a comprehensive campaign to reshape the global Buddhist landscape, combining financial investment with diplomatic pressure to diminish the Dalai Lama's influence while asserting control over Buddhist narratives internationally. And that includes, for instance, investment in Buddhist heritage sites like Lumbini in Nepal, support for Chinese Buddhist organizations such as Fo Guangshuan with significant Western presence, long-term promotion of the pro-Beijing Shugden sect, particularly in Mongolia, and the 2014 official directive in China acknowledged this sect as an important front in the struggle against the Dalai clique. So Mongolia represents a critical test following the Dalai Lama's recognition of a Mongolian-American child, pictured here, as the 10th reincarnation of the Bogd Lama, or Jetsun Dampa, which is a lineage symbolic of Tibetan Buddhist civilization in Mongolia and independent Mongolian nationhood. And as we heard this morning, the Dalai Lama has played a critical role in the revitalization of Buddhism in Mongolia. So China has responded with pressure on Buddhist institutions, interference in monastic practice, and pressure even on the family of the child Bogd Lama and other Tibetan Buddhists connected to Dharamsala. So India, the land of the Buddha...
You have 2 minutes, okay?
2 minutes? Okay. India stands at the epicenter of the struggle. Tibet is where, of course, India and China's competing interests intersect in a complex, high-stakes relationship. So, since the Dalai Lama's arrival in exile in 1959, Dharamsala has become a major global spiritual and cultural center. Tibetans in Tibet recognize India's central role. Just last week, a young Tibetan singer released a song about the Dalai Lama, which circulated widely on social media. And some of the lyrics are, born in Amdo, having set foot in Utsang, whose activities are sustained in India, missing you, the Prince of Peace. And of course, the 6th Dalai Lama was born in Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh. So in India, you have a picture where the soft power of His Holiness and Tibetan Buddhism are intertwined with hardcore security imperatives, and that is likely to shape India-China relations in future. So I won't discuss Nepal, we don't have time. But I will say that I'll just finish up by saying that the Tulku system of consciously directed reincarnation is unique to Tibetan Buddhism. It combines religious with political authority. Tibetan exiles must now reimagine succession planning without access to their sacred landscape, combine and the mountains and the oracle lakes where visions of future leaders were traditionally sought. They must also counter China's aggressive extraterritorial strategies targeting the Dalai Lama institution through disinformation, economic coercion, and other forms of digital control. China's multi-dimensional approach to controlling Tibet and the Dalai Lama's succession presents complex challenges, but it's countered by the global influence of the Dalai Lama and the civilizational power of Tibetan Buddhism, together with the resilience of Tibetans in protecting their culture. This also lends the administration in exile an element of strategic leverage in its efforts to engage China in His Holiness's lifetime. As we know, impermanence is a key Buddhist concept. The Dalai Lama is a progressive leader who's demonstrated a capacity to evolve. In contrast, China's fixation on a golden urn and centuries-old imperial ritual comes across as retrograde and old-fashioned. So China's success is not assured. Beijing has acknowledged some political vulnerabilities over its control of the plateau, and despite decades of harsh policies, Tibetans inside Tibet continue to protect and defend the values of their core culture and national identity. And they do so even under the severe crackdown imposed during the birthday period of the last 2 weeks. Young people in Tibet expressed their feelings last week in creative ways. They posted pictures of Chen Rezig. Without mentioning the Dalai Lama by name, one young netizen wrote on social media, focusing on achieving bodhicitta and understanding emptiness as much as possible in itself is a form of remembrance of you. At the heart of Asia, Tibet has an often overlooked strategic significance. In addition to the challenges faced by the Tibetan side in preparing for an uncertain future in a rapidly changing geopolitical landscape, this situation demands new forms of multilateral engagement from neighboring countries, Buddhist regions, and like-minded governments to counter China's aggressive counter-influence operations and extraterritorial strategies. But the window for establishing effective countermeasures is narrowing. As we celebrate the Dalai Lama's birthday, we face a defining choice. Will we allow authoritarian power to dictate spiritual authority and to eliminate the identity of a civilization with so much to offer in a world facing multiple crises, from climate catastrophe to great power conflict? Or will we defend that space for wisdom, compassion, community, and authentic spiritual practice? What hangs in the balance extends far beyond Tibet's future. It tests the international community's resolve to safeguard pluralism against transnational authoritarian networks whose reach increasingly transcends borders. The Dalai Lama institution and Tibetan Buddhism represent a vital and socially progressive force, offering practical guidance on compassionate education systems, environmental protection, ethical leadership, and sustainable resilience at a time when humanity most needs alternative frameworks to navigate a fractured global order. Thank you.
So, do we have a time for some questions? Maybe. Do we have time for some questions? One question? Just one question. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. Maybe no. Okay, over there. Can you get a mic? Loudspeaker.
Hi, Distiller. My question is actually for our monastics, if you don't mind, because the topic is on culture. Tibetan Buddhism, in many ways, although Geshe Nikila, you did mention reminded us of Tibetan Buddhism having its origins in India. Tibetan Buddhism, in so many ways, is inseparable to Tibet. For us, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is inseparable to Tibet. But the situation inside of Tibet is such that it's one of the least free places on earth, time and time again. And so I would like to ask you two about what you think is the role of the Tibetan Buddhist community, specifically monastics and others who follow Tibetan Buddhism, in terms of aiding and supporting the political and the situation inside Tibet.
Tashdele, sister, are you asking the monastics beside me, or am I included? Me? Oh, okay. Right. So, yeah, because basically, first of all, I would like to thank you for your question, and I really empathize with the people of Tibet. Yeah, and it has been close to my heart, and one of the reasons why I ordained also, I think there's a very strong karmic connection with the Tibetan people. And what we can do actually outside of Tibet to support those in Tibet is basically by promoting the Tibetan Buddhism first and foremost in its authentic way, and also to dispel any misconceptions about Tibetan Buddhism being a feudal system fueled by feudal lords, you know, and the misconception regarding the Tulku system as a perpetuation of a feudal system and patriarchy, etc. So basically, monastics and lay people in my country, even though our country, Malaysia, is very much aligned to China, we've signed many free trade agreements with China, and China basically is looming everywhere, yeah, inside, outside, everywhere. But still, we do actually really organize many cultural events in order to promote the Tibetan culture, so that people do not forget that Tibetan Buddhism actually comes from Tibet. And it is the kindness of the Tibetan gurus, those who have led Tibet, and also the kindness of the Tibetan people and the blessings of all the gurus of the past, coming from Guru Rinpoche, etc., that has made Tibetan Buddhism available to us today. And Tibetan Buddhism is such a blessing to the world because its practices, Vajrayana Buddhism, can actually result in enlightenment in a single lifetime. So definitely we rest assured that the rest of the world actually, through our writings, through just being here, sitting here and speaking, and also through all our Dharma centers, we always not only pray for Tibet, but the activities that we do eventually will be a cause for Tibetans to be free. Thank you.
I will add something to it. I've been emphasizing that Tibetan Buddhism is Indian Buddhism, right? So based on that, your answer to your question, so Tibetan Buddhism has to be what came out from Abhidharmakosha. So I will first say this in Tibetan. Tembe tamju namni de lungda tokbe danito tenzin cheba ma cheba duba cheba khonai, which means when you are asking about what is the teaching of the Buddha, then answer is teaching of the Buddha can be twofold. Okay, one is the realization of what you practice, and the other one is the teachings that Buddha gave, and then you can hear, you can explain. So two parts are, one is the teaching that Buddha gave us, another one is the one you practice and you realize from it. And then to preserve, to maintain these two parts of the teaching are the activities. Tenzin cheba ma cheba, meaning first part is to study, to teach. So studying, meaning you listen to teachers and you learn it. And then also you teach whatever you learn. So the teaching part of it. The other part is the realization. Now you practice. When you practice, then you realize. So what is the realization is the second part. For our own community, in order to encourage our community, in order to support Tibetan Buddhism, you have to do these things. You have to learn what are the two poles of the Buddhism, and then you, in order to maintain it, in order to keep it alive, you have to do it yourself, like teach, study, teach, and practice, right? So when you do that, then you will also feel, you will also get the value of it. When you have the value, then you can also see why we have to preserve it, why we have to work hard on continuation of this tradition alive.
Test. Oh, Genla, thank you so much. With all due respect, my question is, in order to access and practice the Buddhism, the great His Holiness the Dalai Lama's birthday that we're celebrating today, a picture of the Dalai Lama is illegal inside of Tibet. And so my question is really about what is the role of people who are celebrating and has benefited from Tibetan Buddhism in terms of what do we need to do to actually support Tibetans inside Tibet? Of course, Tibetans inside of Tibet are constantly resisting, but a picture of their own guru is illegal inside of Tibet. And so, yes to practicing, but if no access is given to Tibetan teachers and the monasteries that they study are being broken, what role does this community have in order to support? Thank you.
The best gift we can give to the people, or Tibetan people inside Tibet, is the Tibetans in exile. We have to come together as one, which is the vision and the dream of His Holiness. His Holiness always advised us to be, all Tibetans, regardless of where you're from. We are all Tibetans, and we have to come together. And then also same thing, with one voice, with one effort, we can do whatever we can in terms of preserving Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism. And also this will encourage people inside Tibet that we are doing it, right. And then it will encourage them. It will never then give them the feeling that, it's the lost cause. They will always be encouraged by our coming together as one and then following His Holiness, His Holiness' advice. So when we do that, when we practice that, they will know. They will know. They don't have to have a picture of the Dalai Lama. They have to know what we are doing.
That brings us to the end of the session. Thank you, Khenpola and the panelists. And now, before we move on to the valedictory session, I would like to make an in-house announcement. All those delegates who have flights tonight or even tomorrow, you are requested to report to the help desk at the reception 4 hours prior to your departure. It is only then when Team IBC can assist you with your transfer from hotel to the airport. So all those who have flights tonight, please report to the help desk right now. Thank you. We'll have a group photograph for the third panel and we'll move on to the valedictory session.
Dance performance and then your mementos. And then what? Your mementos, you get all of your mementos. डांस तो स्टेज में
ठीक है
लॉर्ड आरपी वही बैनर लगाते हो
अच्छे 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 For the valedictory session, I request Mr. Claude R.P., Distinguished Fellow, Center of Excellence for Himalayan Studies, Shivnada University, to please come on the dais. Can we please have a round of applause for him? May I request Most Venerable Dr. Vaskaduve Mahinda Vansa Mahanaya Kathero from Sri Lanka to please come on the dais. And may I please request Most Venerable Ananda Bhante, Vice President of IBC and General Secretary of Mahabodhi Society of Bangalore, to please come on the dais. We will commence the valedictory session with a cultural performance, a contemporary Kathak dance. There will be two dances. The first is on Buddha, Guru Vandana and Tarana. This piece begins with paying obeisance to the Buddha, the enlightened one who walked in the path of eightfold discipline. This will be followed by Guru Vandana and Tarana, where dancers dance to the joy of rhythm. The direction is by Nikhil Bora. The second performance will be on Thumri and Tal Dhamar. Thumri is a poetic beauty where love episodes of Radha and Krishna are showcased through Abhyana. This will be followed by Tal Dhamar, a cycle of 14 beats where dancers dances to different rhythmic compositions like Tukra, Paran, Ahmad and Tatkar, for which the goal is always to reach the first beat of the Tal, that is Sam. This too is directed by Mr. Nikhil Bora.
na din din na din din na trigger din din na ta ta da ta ta ki ta da ta ta ki ta di ki ta ta ki ta da ta trigger tak धा तकिट बोधि के वृक्षन के नीचे परम ध्यान से शुद्ध हुए हैं तकतिट कतान कतिट ताकिट सब सुख त्यागे मोह से भागे तब जाकर वो बुद्ध हुए हैं ताधा कृत थुंगा तकिट तक थुंग लुंग तक थुंग तक बुद्ध करे सब शुद्ध ये जाना अष्ट मार्ग से सब पहचाना महाशून्य में सबको जाना बुद्धम शरणं गच्छामि ता त्रिकृतकदा धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि ता त्रिकृतकदा संघं शरणं गच्छामि ता त्रिकृतकदा
झन 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 न न न अमो 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 या धुन किट तक तक धुन किट तक तक धिलांग धिलांग तिक धा धिलांग धिलांग तिक धा धिलांग धिलांग तिक धा ताना ना दिल दिल धनी तनी तनु ताना ना तनु ताना ना ताना देरे ना 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 ताना ना दिल दिल धनी तनी Nini sa dhani mama dha ga 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 ma ga ma dhani sa nini sa dhani mama dha ga 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 ma ga ma dhani sa nini sa dhani mama dha ga 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 ma dha ma ga sa ma tana na dir dir dhani ta dhani tanu tana na tanu tana na tana dere tanu tana na tanu tana na tana dere tanu tana tanu tana na tana dere na tana dere na tana dere na
We will be having a second performance. Thumri and Tal Dhamar.
लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो देखो वनाड़ी कान्हा एको नहीं माने देखो वनाड़ी कान्हा एको नहीं माने अरे झक मोसे देखो करत बारा जोरी अरे झक मोसे देखो करत बारा जोरी अरे झक मोसे देखो करत बारा जोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो नहीं मानत मोरी देखो नहीं मानत मोरी देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी लंगर ढीठ मोहे गरवा लगाए लंगर ढीठ मोहे गरवा लगाए लंगर ढीठ मोहे गरवा लगाए मुख चुमत लाज लेत चुमत लाज लेत चुमत लाज लेत कहत ब्रिज श्याम जाओ 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 नहीं मानूंगी तोरी जाओ 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 नहीं मानूंगी तोरी जाओ 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 नहीं मानूंगी तोरी मानूंगी तोरी मानूंगी तोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो सखी नहीं मानत मोरी लपक झपक मगरो कत शाम देखो शाम देखो
Thank you for such a wonderful performance, Nikhil Bora and team. Can we have a loud round of applause for them, please? This conference on celebrating 9 decades of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and enduring legacies serves as a profound testament to his unparalleled stature and the multifaceted impact of his contributions across spiritual, scientific, and cultural domains. To examine this, we have an exceptional valedictory address by none other than Mr. Claude R.P. Currently a distinguished fellow at Center of Excellence for Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nada University and Institute of Eminence in India. While he has authored prominent books on Tibet, he has also published more than 2,000 articles in the Indian media alone on Tibet, Sino-Indian relations, the Indo-Tibet boundary, and others. His scholarly interest has made him reside in India for more than 50 years. Sangha members, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Mr. Claude R.P.
Thank you. Brother and sister, I don't know exactly the order of precedence between Geshe and Rinpoches and Mahapandita, and also I prefer to call you brother and sisters because I think it's really what the Buddha would have liked. So first I would like really to thank IBC for doing that beautiful and I think very exceptional conference. I will not thank Mr. Abhijit Halder to have invited me to give a talk because I'm not the right person, but since he have invited me, I have to be a disciplined soldier and I have to just do what he asked me. So I check what is a valedictory address in Wikipedia. They say normally it's in an American university, the best students at the end, the day of the graduation, when all the batch has finished the studies, he will give an address and tell about the batch. But unfortunately, I'm not a student. I'm not only a bad student, but I'm not a student at all. I'm not practiced Buddhism. And you are here, the top, the crème of the crème, we say in French, the top most scholars, geshe, practitioners of Buddhism. So I feel very, very awkward, but what to do? 3 months back, I went to Nalanda. It was my first visit to Nalanda, and that I was very touched. I saw something that 800 years after Lord Buddha came and wandered on the roads of northern India, what he has been achieved, 10,000 monks, this library which was burned, unfortunately, but something so remarkable, so remarkable. And the last day I went to the Vulture Peak, and my cardiologist said, no, don't go. I didn't listen. You should not listen always to the doctors, so I say, I'll go. I wanted to go there. So, but while reaching there, I twisted my ankle, so for 3 months I was at home, not able to move. So my good friend said that Buddha has taught you something. You never want to listen, you never take time to listen, but Buddha has told you, you have to stop running and you have to think. And you have to meditate and be quiet, not headless chicken going here and there and there. So I think I've learned a little bit. So now I think what I experience is in Vulture Peak. It's something quite unique. Though I have not learned Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist ethics, I find such a force, something very, very concrete, some peace, which is so powerful. And I was thinking, I was scratching my head. That person, he came there nearly 2,600 years ago, and he was just there. and he has left this force. And this force is what I think what His Holiness called ahimsa, because ahimsa, violence cannot penetrate. It's so powerful. So I thought, how can a human being or a person live this? So I think it has opened many things. And today we are honoring one of his greatest disciples, one who has followed his path. And I think that is a quite exceptional being himself. I was discussing with my friend Professor Jampa Samtenla in the morning because we discussed history. We were calculating how many Dalai Lama in the 19th century. Now, from 9th Dalai Lama, 1805, to the 12th Dalai Lama, who passed away in 1875, 17 years, 69 or 70 years, 4 Dalai Lama. That was one of the weaknesses of the Tibetan state. But today we are, and I think the previous moderator said it again and again, we are so lucky. We had Dalai Lama for 90 years, and for 75 years, he has been really acting and power and enthroned as the temporal and the religious leader. So we are extremely happy. Today, we are living in a modern world. Everyone is modern. So we count how many friends have you in Facebook? 200, 500, 1,000. Wow, you're a great guy, huh? 1,000 followers. And, but during the time of Lord Buddha, there is no Facebook, there is no Instagram, there is no Twitter. And that human being, still today, 2,600 years later, has hundreds of millions of followers. So these people who are proud of having 1,000 or 2,000 followers on Facebook or on Instagram or on X, it's nothing. He has hundreds of millions of followers. So His Holiness of Dalai Lama, he has millions and millions of followers all over the world, and not of Tibet. Not only in Tibet, till 59 he was a Dalai Lama of Tibet. But I think today, I think Mr. Gare mentioned something like that on the 6th or 5th of July. He's the Dalai Lama of the planet, he's the Dalai Lama of the world. So it has drastically changed. So I'm sorry for my Tibetan friends now. His Holiness doesn't belong only to you. It belongs also to Mongolia, to Buryat, to all the followers of the Nalanda tradition, in particularly the Himalayan belt. There is 1 million of followers of the Nalanda tradition in Ladakh, in Kinnaur, Spiti, Sikkim or Mompao in Arunachal Pradesh. But it belongs also to the millions of some people called neo-Buddhists in the West who are following the footsteps or trying to follow the footsteps of the Buddha. Now that His Holiness, 90 years with us, he has achieved a lot. All the speakers have mentioned different facets, so I will not repeat. But just think 1 minute. 1933, His Holiness 13th Dalai Lama passed away. 1935, 2 years later, His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso is born in Hamdo, in Taksé. Who knows Taksé? Nobody. I don't think Reting Rinpoche, Kyutsang Rinpoche, sorry.